Okay, we're no longer in the practice session. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Ogonna Ajoko, and we're back for day 2. I'm going to allow 5 minutes for people to join in, if that's okay.
Can we make it 2 minutes, please?
Okay, that's fine. We'll allow just 2 minutes for people to join in, and we will begin. Because I like to talk, I'm just going to talk about how we had an amazing time yesterday. The session was very enlightening, very personal. I liked the fact that we had some parents come in and they really shared their personal experiences, you know, even accessing the needed care for their children. And they also shared their ideas on what they thought could be done better. We also had an amazing artwork that was done by one of the children with special needs, Christine. Oh my goodness. I was already saying that we definitely will see some, I'm looking forward to seeing an art auction, and you know, it was just amazing art, really. And I'm not saying this, to patronize or anything. It was really good. Then, you know, we had another session where the teachers then came on. It seemed like the parents are saying this, and then the teachers have come back, and then, you know, I made sure to make sure that the teachers heard all the things that the parents said and, you know, addressed it. And it was an amazing session. The teachers also shared their own experiences, encouraged parents to be more forthcoming with the signs and sort of symptoms if they notice anything from the children, especially as even if they're not sure, that it would be more helpful if the teachers actually knew what to look out for, that it helps them better prepared to handle such situations. Also, the teachers clamored for more, not really clamored, but they shared that it would be better if they had more incentives, really, to help them sort of do the work better, you know. And that was from the teacher's perspective, and also training, because they said not some people who are really interested don't really have the access to training tools or training courses to, you know, to be better at doing or taking care of these kids. So it was really insightful. We also had Dr. Julia Hayes. It's just so amazing. You know, she was the conference illustrator, and while people were sharing their ideas, she was doing this amazing thing at the back where she was just capturing the stories and the highlights in a picture. It's my first time of seeing that, and I thought that was really brilliant and very, very creative. And, you know, she did a great job, because the outcome, my goodness, it was, and to be doing that on the spot, it really requires a lot of depth, and I was, you know, happy to see that. And I think the 2 minutes is up, if I'm being an accurate timekeeper at this point, which I should be. So I would just officially say welcome to day 2 of the SENICON conference. Now, SENICON means the Special Education Needs and Inclusion Conference. And yesterday we had, I already said what we had yesterday, but overall the theme is building stronger foundations for the early childhood education of neurodivergent children in Africa. So we're just continuing from that. We're going to be having presentations from a lot of people today, maybe on research that they've done, on findings, data, and, you know, it promises to be a really academic, but, you know, insightful as well conference all through. I will welcome now Dr. Raphael Michel from the University of Bristol, UK, to talk to us, to do his presentation on disability in African education research, mapping the evidence base. Dr. Raphael.
Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen now. Yeah, so good morning, everyone, and thanks so much for having me here. It's such a pleasure to be here. I'm going to speak for about 20 minutes or less. I'll try and keep it as brief as I can. But as you can see, I'm going to be reviewing the African evidence base, so research from Africa, from various countries across the region, which is looking at children with disability and their experiences in education. And I'm drawing on two studies particularly today. So one of them is this study, which is a cross-national review looking across of research from 48 countries across sub-Saharan Africa, and the evidence which is coming out in relation to disability. And that's a study with Professor Nidhi Singhal and Carrie Spencer and myself. And also in the second part of the presentation, I want to just share some findings from a peer-reviewed article which has come out recently, which is also synthesizing African education research. And this also has some serious implications for the access and quality of education for children with disabilities in schools across the region. And I should say as well, I'll give you the links to both of these studies because they're both open access, so they're freely available. And I'm going to just share some insights from these studies. But before I do, I kind of want to share the African Education Research Database, because both of these studies that I've referred to here, they both draw on research which has been catalogued in this database. If you haven't come across this before, I highly recommend it. It's a catalogue of education publications, peer-reviewed studies primarily, by African-based researchers from 48 countries across sub-Saharan Africa, which includes everything in the World Bank definition of the region, excluding South Africa. And the reason we excluded South Africa from this database is just because there is a large amount of research coming out of that country. So from the other countries in the region, it's a catalogue. It currently includes over 5,000 studies, 5,200 studies or so over the last decade. And you can search it, as you see here, by theme, by country, if you want to look at research coming from a particular country, and also by keywords, language. So I really highly recommend this database for anyone who's interested in actually drawing on and capitalizing on the research which is done by amazing researchers across the region. So both of the studies that I'm talking about today draw on this database. Okay, so for the first study, the cross-national review, this study, essentially, we were just trying to look at the research evidence base from across these different countries, and try and identify any patterns that we could. So what patterns exist in education research publications by researchers based in the region who are looking at disability? What patterns could we see in terms of geography, theme, the nature of the research, etc.? And then we also wanted to draw some findings from this body of research and talk about the implications for policy and practice, as well as future research and investment in this work. And to do this, we did structured search of the AERD, the African Education Research Database, using the keyword disability. And we looked at a 10-year date range and used content and thematic analysis to explore this work. So what did we find? So this screen shows you the number of studies that were done by researchers based in the region and the phases that they were looking at. So what you can see, in fact, is that we actually found it when we looked at just peer-reviewed studies over an 8-year period, 2010 to 2018, there was quite limited research featuring in international journals from the region. So you can see some studies looking at ECE, some at primary, secondary and higher education, but really concentrated in primary education. Almost half of the studies that were looking at the experiences of and outcomes for children with disabilities in the region, almost half of those were looking at concentrated at the primary phase of education. So we tried to we we focused in on this primary stage where the most of the research was coming from, and we're looking at who's doing this research, where do they come from, what is the nature of that research. So in the following slides, that's what I'm going to talk about. We're going to focus on primary education. So in terms of where it comes from, this shows you where this primary education research is coming from. So you can see, of the 48 countries that I mentioned, where we were looking at research, only 14 of these countries are actually in that date range produced research in international peer-reviewed journals, which is looking at primary education. Only 14 of those. You can see a lot of this research is concentrated in Kenya, which is the most prolific country in this area, and Botswana, some from Nigeria as well, and also some from Malawi. I know we're going to be hearing from Jennifer later, and so maybe this is her study here. But so you can see that that in terms of coverage, the coverage is quite patchy, and there's room for a lot more research from different countries across the region. That's one. But we're seeing that in terms of where is there a growing evidence base? Well, Kenya and Botswana seem to be up there, and followed by Tanzania, Nigeria as well. So that's where this research is coming from. We also wanted to do some more kind of fine-grained work about the nature of this research, and we really identified three main categories of types of disability research in schools, in primary schools. And those three main categories are around, one set of studies look at the efficacy of specific interventions. Some look at policy reviews, rather they're reviews of disability policy and inclusive education policy, desk-based studies, and the largest number of studies really were looking at the implementation of inclusive education in these schools. 28 studies from that category. So in terms of using that map, that categorization rather, those three categories, we also looked at what disabilities are being covered in these studies. And so what we can see, oops, sorry, I lost my screen there. Oh, I think I've lost my ability to share slides. Okay, it's back again. Sorry. Okay, hopefully you can see my screen again. So what we can see is that blue features here mostly, and blue is about inclusive education in general, without specific disabilities being considered. What we can see is that whether it comes to policy reviews or implementation of inclusive education, most of these studies are considering this issue of inclusive education broadly, without considering specific impairments. And of those studies that are looking at specific impairments, in fact, auditory impairments, hearing impairments are the most covered in these primary studies. So in terms of specific studies which looked at specific education interventions for children with specific disabilities, you can see that there were studies from Nigeria here, from Kenya as well. But really, hearing impairment is gaining the most attention, and really, which is great. But also, it does show the paucity of the evidence base in relation to the other disabilities, other areas of disability. In terms of, I said that a number of these studies or 4 of these studies were kind of desk-based studies, just looking at policy documents. But of those that involved empirical research, we also looked at who's involved in these studies, like who are the participants. So this slide shows you that, in fact, when it comes to the participants in empirical studies relating to the experiences and outcomes for children with disabilities, but by far the largest stakeholder group here are teachers, represented in blue here. So a number of studies are looking at teachers' perspectives, drawing on teachers' experience, and we heard that earlier as well from Dr. Ugonna in relation to the day yesterday. Teachers' voices are being heard, but what we can see is really there's quite limited research which is actually drawing on the experiences and the perspectives and the outcomes for children with disabilities themselves, and that potentially is an area for greater attention in research in the region. Yeah, okay, so some takeaways from this review. Firstly, that we really see that there's room, there's scope for a lot more research for about the experiences and outcomes for children with disabilities across the region. That's what we see. We see some countries are better represented in the evidence base, most notably Kenya, Botswana, and then some from Nigeria, Uganda, Tanzania as well. But really, there's a long tail here where there's very limited research is being done, or there's featuring in these international journals in any case. So there's room for a lot more research, and that's why I think this conference is very welcome. It's something that really needs more attention, a greater spotlight. So there's that. Beyond that, we also see that the evidence base is quite fragmented. There's a number of kind of quite small scale studies which are looking at specific disabilities and really focusing on specific stakeholders' perspectives on this. But really what we need is a lot more research, but also more research which is taking a kind of systems perspectives rather than focus on individual interventions in small scale studies in a limited number of classrooms. We really need to see this linked up, studies which are looking at policy, but also teacher education institutions as really powerful actors in this space, and in-service educators as well as perspectives from the school. So we see, more systems perspectives would be welcome here. There's definitely room to identify and share, local strategies for meeting the needs of children with disabilities. That's something that really could, that would be very welcome from these studies. But also, I think, taking forward the lesson I've taken from doing this review and working on this with colleagues is that we really hear quite limited evidence from children's own experiences, and I think this is really something that really should be captured in research moving forward. So I really hope that is that's something that can inform future work in this area. So I've reported that in the first 10 minutes or so, I've talked about this international study looking across sub-Saharan Africa, research being done in the region. As I say, this study is open access, and I'll share it with you in the link shortly. But I also wanted to share, just in the last part of this session, just a more recent study I've been working on, which is looking at peer support in African schools. So this is based on 30 studies from work across the region. And what this research finds is that peer support in terms of students supporting each other in their learning, in accessing school, and also within their learning in the classroom and outside the classroom as well. Peer support appears to be a very key aspect of schooling across the region, and it's largely overlooked in education quality frameworks from the World Bank, but also from UNICEF and UN agencies as well. That this is if you look at the research which are reporting on what's going on in classrooms, we see that peer support really is a key area, a key facet of education in these contexts. And it also seems to reflect, also in line with one of the topics of this conference itself, is that it seems to reflect a review of that students themselves are a resource of the school, and they've got responsibilities to their peers. And you hear this again and again in schools across the region, that students should be looking out for each other, they should be helping each other, they should be really if those who are more advantaged, those who are doing better academically, they should be helping their peers. There's a real expectation of that. And to my mind, this really fits in with collective orientation in the region, which I guess we're all familiar with in the room, and ideas around Ubuntu, etc. So this is something which we see in African schools if you look at research evidence from the region, but it doesn't feature in the dominant frameworks. And what this study does, dominant frameworks for education quality. Now, what this study does, it provides a kind of taxonomy of the different kinds of support that are being used in these schools around peer teaching, around kind of the monitor role, regulating the conduct of peers, sometimes positively, sometimes negatively, providing psychosocial support. But in particular, for interest of people in the room today, I thought this role that a number of students have, I think, is particularly significant for us when we're thinking about inclusive education, support for children with disabilities as well, facilitating access to education for disadvantaged learners. So I'm going to focus on this first one here. Because all of these practices, in fact, have particular significance for disadvantaged learners, including children with disabilities, but also those from linguistic minorities as well, as we'll see. So in terms of students' role in facilitating access to education for their own peers, what we see is, where there's a one-size-fits-all provision which doesn't meet certain students' access needs, this support reflects, as I mentioned, social norms around independency and collective responsibility of all students. However, it sometimes doesn't fulfill students' rights to an inclusive, good quality education, as we clearly see from this review of research. So just to give a few examples, students with mobility impairments. So, although this doesn't really feature in, as I say, the international education quality frameworks, what we see is that very often students with mobility impairments are reliant on their own peers to access school. We see, sometimes students being helped to school by their peers if they've got, maybe they have a wheelchair, but it's the road itself isn't accessible. Maybe they've got a mobility impairment, they can get to school, but others, they rely on peers to carry their books and other things. So this is something. But so peers are basically helping students with mobility impairments to access education. However, we know that where there's a will, there are ways around this. We know that ramps are possible, and ramps can be alternative to using stairs and steps and these kinds of things. And in fact, what we see is that, in some cases, children with mobility impairments are reliant on their peers carrying them upstairs. So that's one thing that came across in this review. And, this is one quote from a student who was talking to some researchers in Ghana. He was explaining that, every day we carried this young person with a mobility impairment up these stairs, sometimes during break and for lessons. Sometimes he didn't even go for break because he felt ashamed when we have to carry him. And then one day he said he won't come to school anymore, and he just stopped. And so, what we're seeing here is that, young people are helping their peers with disabilities, but it can't overcome exclusionary norms, which mean that, that this child is reliant on peers carrying him upstairs. So really, you can get away without stairs, in fact, in many cases. And peer support can't substitute, it can't compensate for exclusionary practices in terms of the infrastructure in school. That's one thing I wanted to share. Another one, students with sensory impairments. So we see a lot of times students are supporting their peers where they've got auditory impairments, where they've got visual impairments. And very often this is actually championed by disability persons organizations, by charities and by researchers as well. This is seen really as a good thing that students with sensory impairments can be paired up, they can be sat next to someone who's a high attaining student and basically can be helping them to access the curriculum. It's very often portrayed in a positive way. And I think there's, it really is positive in terms of social integration, in terms of developing friendships amongst students. So this is really, really positive. But it does also have some sometimes some unintended consequences, and we can also question the extent to which it actually fulfills children's right to an equitable quality education. For example, there was one in Botswana. The teacher explains to the researchers, I'm not trained in using sign language, so I'm really reliant on these kids explaining the concepts to her, this child with a visual impairment. But that being, with a hearing impairment. But that being the case, are the students trained in sign language? Well, no, they're not, and they're using home signs. They're using an improvised system of communication with their peers. So really, the teacher isn't qualified to use this, but neither the young people, and this responsibility is being kind of delegated to young people. It's a very challenging task. So that's something also that comes across through this review. We see something similar with students from linguistic minorities. There was, in rural schools, quite often in Botswana, again, we see some schools where the teacher doesn't speak the same language to many students in the class, and in these cases students themselves are translating for their peers. But then the students aren't qualified translators, and the researcher is really questioning the extent to which students are capable of fulfilling this task adequately, and can we say that's actually an inclusive, equitable, quality education where young people are translating on behalf of the teacher for these children who otherwise can't understand the language of instruction, the language in textbooks. Okay, so what we see is really young people stepping in to compensate for quite often exclusionary policy and practice in education. So it's kind of some takeaways from this review is that there are positive and negative sides to this peer support. Where it's academically oriented, evidence does seem to be very largely positive for those giving and receiving support, but it's not without problems. Where young people's access to education, particularly children with disabilities and disadvantaged learners, where they're reliant on their peers to access buildings, to access instruction and curriculum, then these peer support arrangements really do need some scrutiny. We really need to think about their adequacy in these cases. And sometimes, as I say, peer support can involve the delegation of extremely challenging professional tasks to young people, and it may be insufficient to fulfill really the entitlement for children with disabilities and others. And really, finally, this peer support, it can't compensate for exclusionary policies and underinvestment in the necessary professional and infrastructure support for young people. So that's also something to consider as well. So thanks for your time. I think I've gone slightly over there, but so I'll stop my screen now. And I can answer some questions, and also I'll put in the chat the links to those studies. Thanks a lot. Sorry, Doctor, you got a joker. I can hear. I can see you're talking, but I can't hear your. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for calling me out on that. I think I didn't unmute my microphone. Again, thank you for the presentation. And I was saying that if anyone had questions, please put them in the chat section and I'll read them out for Dr. Mitchell. Okay, Dr. Mitchell, we'll have a couple of questions in already. Someone says the findings from the review are significant for locating the research that's happening in Africa, especially in early years stage. Perhaps this is, no, that's not directed at you. It was directed at Dr. Awesome. Perhaps this is something that UBEC's research department wants to look into. Okay. Just going to go through. How can we make the research we're doing more visible without data?
Sorry, can I just comment on that as well, though? The early childhood education is that it's something that historically hasn't received much attention, as we can see from from the review, but it's certainly gaining ground. And I do think that if this same study was done in 10 years' time, I'm quite confident we'd see a lot more research in that area. So, it's about the historic nature of this study. I think that's why we see it such a small feature. But yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay, there's a comment definitely saying it was an eye-opening session and more research is needed on intervention outcomes, especially focusing on students. Okay, that's a comment. I don't know if this is in relation to what you presented, but I do remember in high school we had some blind students as well. And sorry, I don't know the term. Is it okay to say blind, or I should say children with, or students with visual impairment? Which is it okay to say blind, Dr. Mitchell?
Sorry, I'm not sure if you're asking me. I've used visual impairment in my work, but I think people do use say blind as well sometimes, and I've heard people use that term as well. So I think maybe ask people. Yeah.
Yes, I always ask questions. So we did have some blind students in school then, and I remember they used their Braille machine, and they would always reach out to us to say, we should read for them. We should help them read so that they could type. And I know sometimes, I mean, I'm just remembering that. I remember that we weren't really sometimes you just, okay. I mean, if you have the time, you would help them. But if you didn't have the time, I mean, as mean as that sounds right now, I mean, obviously now that we know better, you could just probably say, okay, don't worry, but I'll find someone, and maybe you don't end up finding anyone for them. You run away. But from your presentation, I can see how that's not really a good idea to leave it in the hands of the peers to actually assist them. Now, okay, sorry, I have to, unmute someone that has a question.
Thank you so much, Doc. And thank you for allowing me to speak. I just have a comment / question for Dr. Michel. So we have all of these findings. I know there is a lot of research that is happening within African context. So universities in Africa are conducting research. What beyond just looking at the statistics to say it's not there, which is a very good first step. What would you say should be the next steps in terms of getting this research from these universities to AERD's platform? So for instance, I'm currently doing literature review, and I have to individually maybe like go to university's website to see which ones are accessible, or which journals those universities post their articles to. And these journals may not necessarily be chronicled by the AERD. So what would be the next step, in your opinion, moving from this statistics that we have found? Because definitely we need the data.
Yeah, Basra, it's just wonderful to hear that you are persevering with this and really searching for this research, which, as you say, is out there. So the AERD at the moment is quite limited to international journals, essentially. So Scopus index journals. That was never the intention. The intention was to draw on exactly as you said, Bazarat, like the research from national journals as well, and as well repositories as well from universities. So I mean, there are databases that can be used to help with that search. I would say AJOL, African Journals Online, being one. But also Open Door, Open DOAR. I'm just going to put that in the chat as well. Yeah, Open DOAR is a way for searching university repositories centrally. So it's there's like maybe 50 or more, in fact considerably more than that, from across different African countries. And Open DOAR enables a search from multiple repositories at once, essentially. So that's also, I would really recommend that. But I think really, the point is we need to do this. We need to, exactly as you're saying, Bazirat, we need to be searching out this work and using it in our own research, firstly, rather than, going to Northern research first. We need to be looking at the, work that the African researchers are doing in schools in the region as a first step. And we need to be citing it, because that's how you raise the visibility of this work. Cite it in our work, and to raise its visibility and impact as well. Because if it's yeah. Anyway, so that's just my response. But I'm really glad to hear you're drawing on this work so intentionally and searching it out.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mitchell. We have a couple more questions in the chat section, but because of time, we can't take them. I'm hoping that you can respond to them on the chat while I introduce the next speaker. Okay, so I'll invite Mrs. Carol Nanyuja. I apologize in advance for pronunciations. Don't take it out on me. Thank you very much. Mrs. Carol Nanyuja from Uganda to talk to us about using community-based approaches to promote early childhood development and education of children with disabilities. And she'll be citing the Baby Ubuntu case study.
Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon, depending on where you're from. I'm Karen Nyunja from Uganda, like Dr. Oguna has mentioned. I'm a research coordinator at the main co-research council, Uganda Virus Research Institute, and the coordinator for the Baby Ubuntu program. Trying to share my slides, sorry. Is everyone able to see my slides now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I'm happy to be one of the panelists for this wonderful conference, looking around special education needs and inclusion for our children with disability. I'll use the Baby Ubuntu program as an example towards community-based approaches to promote early childhood development and education for children with disabilities. Currently, we have the Sustainable Development Goals, which we're actually using. And when we look at the Sustainable Development Goal 4, which has a renewed emphasis on early childhood development in order to maximize developmental potential for all children. And I think this includes 53 million children who are estimated currently to have a developmental disability. The Baby Ubuntu program is a program for early care and support for young children with developmental disabilities. And it sits under Hub, which are 3 programs: the Ubuntu, Baby Ubuntu, and the Juntos. The Ubuntu is a program for children aged 2 to 11 years, and Baby Ubuntu is for children aged 0 to 3 years, and the Juntos for children with Zika syndrome. All these programs aim to improve the lives of children with developmental disabilities and their caretakers, and all the programs are facilitated by the expert parents. And the programs have varied a number of 300 members, and over 70 countries have used the program. So Baby Ubuntu is a program which is facilitated by expert parents. We have 10 modules currently, where we teach mothers on how to look after their children. And these are some of the modules that we take them through. Let us get started. Know your child. Here we teach them more about understanding the causes of disability, position and caring. Usually, since most of the babies we normally engage are usually having physical disabilities, so commonly they have challenges with positioning. Then eating and feeding, as we very much know that malnutrition is usually one of the things actually these children suffer from. It's usually a common thing. Then learning to move, communicating, play, stimulation, and everyday activities. in this, we teach them how the mothers actually need to communicate to their children. As we all know, they have a different way of communicating, so we need to embed this into their daily activities. Then togetherness and belonging, our community in the next steps. Usually in belonging and togetherness, we are looking more about eradication of stigma. This is towards the community and also the self-stigma of the caretakers. The themes which run through these modules are promoting inclusion and participation of children, maximizing the child's developmental potential, sharing their experiences as this helps in decreasing stigma, then promoting human rights of children in disability. These are some of the contents that we cover. As you know, adult learning is actually, it's faster when you learn as you practice. So we encourage our mothers to come in with their children, and these groups are usually run while we are all seated down on the floor and we practice what we are learning. So in the first image, as you can observe, we have a father trying to feed their child. This is a module we usually, when we are talking about feeding. Then the second image, we see how the mothers can actually learn to play with their children. Then the third and the sixth image, we see how we try and position our children to make sure they can at least try attain some potential in locomotor. Then in the last image, the seventh, we see mothers trying to discuss more about how to understand what happened to their children and why do they look different from the others, and some of the reasons as to why they can't achieve certain milestones. The Baby Ubuntu program has a manual which is available at a free download, and we have a platform like I mentioned earlier. I'll share the link. Then we usually conduct a 3-day implementation training and a 3-day master training before the program starts. Then we engage the expert parents in a 5-day course training when they're all about almost starting the program. And this, we always offer ongoing mentorship. Currently, we are developing a tablet application in order to support the fidelity of the program. Then in Uganda, currently, we are trying to see how the program is integrated into the existing community health services, and in order to promote scale up and sustainability. Then we've currently trained the health workers and village health teams in order to identify children who are at risk of developmental disabilities. And this is in line with the current national strategy. Then we have referrals to specialists, and this is under Tier 3 of the Ministry of Health in Uganda, where the VHTs go out and look for these babies, and when they identify a child to have a disability, they are referred to health facilities where they are fully assessed and then referred for further services. Then we are looking at how a vertical and horizontal scale-up of models, which is currently being evaluated by the Ministry of Health and other NGO partners, so that we can try and reach all the children down there who are and their caretakers, so that they can receive services, both education and health. Currently, the program has reached over 785 families across East Africa, and that's Uganda, Rwanda, and Kenya. And we've trained over 15 master trainers and 168 group facilitators. And beyond East Africa, we've actually reached Fiji and Afghanistan, where the program is currently being adapted, and it's been named as Mighty Children. Then we have strong collaborative links with the UK, where the program is being adapted for that setting. Then the program has a portfolio, which has a trial, a feasibility trial, a mixed methods approach, and transitioning to scale to low income settings. The program was developed in Kampala and in the year 2015, and we recruited babies aged 6 to 12 months with moderate to severe impairments, and it showed a 25% improvement in the total pediatrics quality of life. And in Western Uganda, it showed improved caregiver knowledge and skills and also reduced stigma. Then we later on conducted a pilot feasibility trial in order to evaluate the feasibility and acceptability of the program, and also the provider costs. So it was we recruited over 126 babies, and these were randomized to either arm. The standard, those ones who received the current care which the government offers, and the intervention arm was the ones who received the program right after recruitment. And it showed 68% satisfactory attendance for all the groups. And this shows that the program was feasible. And this was evaluated by each caretaker attending 6 or more modules of the program. Then we conducted a qualitative piece of work where we showed, which showed very strong evidence where there was a good improvement in knowledge and skills and confidence of the mothers in looking after their babies, and also engaging into their daily activities. As we all know, usually these mothers are affected, usually they lose jobs and they can't go back to work. So this, when they learned how to work with their children and perform their daily activities, at least they were able to put up a small like shops where they can at least get some little income. Then there was reduced stigma and exclusion. This is because actually they get to understand why their children are like this, which is usually a problem in our setting, as most people attach it to other things. Then some of the factors we identified which are good for our scale-up: community engagement. So we find this very crucial in order to reduce the superstitions and self-stigma, and in order to promote inclusion of families and for community and education. Then there's high demand of the program by stakeholders, because there are very few organizations currently which offer services for the children with disability. Then the program needs to be integrated into community health systems in order to support accessibility and sustainability of the program. Then our crucial thing we are actually looking at currently is paternal engagement. As we all know, usually the fathers are the breadwinners of most of these families. So when they tend to step back, the mothers actually fail to attain care for their children. Then poverty, as most of the people lose their jobs, their mothers tend to leave work so that they can care for their babies. So we're actually thinking of a livelihood module, which we are currently piloting. Then managing expectations, we always have a challenge here, as most mothers, when they come in, usually since we are dealing with babies who have cerebral palsy, they can only attain maybe a little or no for some. As they grow, something, and mothers think their children will walk at a certain age. Then these are things we really need to manage as we go higher. Then we're encouraging mothers to actually think about early education for their children, not necessarily think that these children cannot attain education, as most caretakers think, when I give birth to a child with a disability, they cannot go to school. So we're trying to change their mindset towards that. Then for future vision at scale, we are looking at how an integrated approach to early child development and disability to be harmonized with the government systems. Then community transformation to increase social inclusion and participation for children with disabilities in order to promote access for health, developmental care, and education for all. Then sustainability, robust learning, and we have a platform. Like, I'll share the link where we share all our views and learn more. And this promotes fidelity and also creates a good network for ongoing mentorship for all the master trainers. Then we're looking at the program being accessible and adaptable. The program is actually can be adapted to diverse settings in order to promote global reach. Then we have a sister project which sits at the London School of Hygiene and Tropic Medicine called Enrich, which is currently in its initial stages of developing and piloting a school readiness parents group, inclusive families for children with disabilities. And it's currently being piloted in Nepal, Bangladesh, and Tanzania. And the modules that they will cover in this project will be: let us play together, let us grow happy and healthy, let us count together, let us draw and write, and let's enjoy stories. And this program has the same approach like Baby Ubuntu, so the Ubuntu programs, which is facilitation by expert parents. In conclusion, Baby Ubuntu is a community-based participatory group rehabilitation program, which is co-facilitated by expert parents with the aim to provide cost-effective solution to providing early care and support for caregivers. Then the feasibility trial proved the program to be feasible and acceptable for families both in rural and urban settings in Uganda. And the mixed methods evaluation that we conducted, it showed a strong qualitative evidence of impact on family knowledge, skills, attitudes, and quality of life. Then there is clear need to embed identification of children, care and support within the existing tied community health systems. And the facilitating factors include community level engagement and sensitization around child disability. Then the important barriers that we actually identified were stigma, poverty, and limited capacity of existing healthcare and education systems, and the highlighted need to manage expectations around child's progress. Then the other issue is around stigma and exclusion faced by children and families related to disability is the largest barrier for them to access health and early education, as they always actually self-isolate. I would like to thank the stakeholders, investigators, collaborators, and the sponsors of this work, and the SENICON organizers. Thank you very much for giving me a chance to speak here.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Carol. We'll take questions now. If you have any questions for Carol, please share or comments or. Okay, Carol has shared the link. I don't know if everyone's seen that link, but I think it was shared to just the host and panelists. I'll copy it and share to everyone now.
There's a question in the Q&A.
Okay. No, that was, I can't see any new question. I think that question was for Dr. Mitchell. Is it a question by Chinyere Azike?
Yes.
I want to be sure, yes. Since I think that question was for Dr. Mitchell.
I think this was for Dr. Mitchell earlier.
Yeah.
Thank you, Carol. I was just wondering if you're able to tell us how the collaboration with government is going. I assume that given that this is a pilot project, you've only done a limited number of children. And so you mentioned something about, wanting to get to government so that you can reach more people. Can you talk a bit more about that, please?
Thank you, Basrat. It's only the pilot study was only for 126 children, but we've so far reached 785 families. That is across East Africa. So currently we are in touch with the Ministry of Health Uganda. I know it's usually not an easy process, but currently there's a program under UNICEF where they're trying to identify children with disabilities. And this is done at different health facilities. And they've trained VHTs to do the what we call the short Malawi Development Assessment tool. So when they find that the children are feasible for they have any delay, they are actually referred into healthcare. So we've had talks with the UNICEF people. And we are trying to see how the program actually fits into that, because currently they're just identifying children and there is no program for them what happens next after they've identified the children. So those are the links that we are actually hoping to target on. And UNICEF is working hand in hand with the Ministry of Health, Uganda, and we've currently signed an MOU so that we can get them on board to see that our work reaches many people out there. Yeah, I hope that answers you.
Thank you, that helps.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Carol, again, for the presentation and the questions. We'd like to welcome Mr. Chika Eziogu from the University of Cambridge, UK. He's going to be talking to us about executive function development in the early years, implications for educating neurodivergent children in Africa.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Goodna. My name is Chika. Permit me to share my screen first. Yeah. Well, I don't know why my heart is racing. Because we had wonderful presenters who made kind of great contributions to this conference. Yeah. Okay. So move back a bit. Yeah. So my name is Chika. This project is supervised by Professor Sarah Baker here at the University of Cambridge and graciously funded by Lego Cambridge Foundation, Lego Cambridge Scholarship. So Lego Foundation and then Cambridge African Scholars. So the study is hinged around understanding what's executive function and then trying to contextualize the concept of executive function. Of course, I'm going to define or explain what is executive function for our participants or whoever will be interested. But let me just kind of do the bedrock or kind of pathway to why we wanted to understand what's executive function and why we want to kind of build a compendium of all the studies that has been conducted in this area within the African space. So in 2016, there was a study that was put out by Professor McCoy from Harvard University that 40% of children in low-income will not reach their potential, cognitive potential by around 2050, which is kind of an alarming statistics. And we felt, okay, so what is cognitive potential within the study focus? What is cognitive potential? How did you, achieve this kind of big statistics to be able to estimate that about 40% of these children will not reach their cognitive potential? And so this kind of questions from that study led us to begin to think about what are the contextual bases for understanding cognitive constructs like executive function, like metacognition, and other kind of cognitive constructs that we have around. So one cognitive factors that we particularly are interested in is executive function. This is because it's very important for life skills, and it's defined as the self-regulatory cognitive processes that help us to regulate our behaviors. For instance, you have the inhibitory control, which helps one to control their emotions, their thoughts processes, and even regulate their own emotion as well. We have working memory, which helps individuals to hold information in mind and then recall them and use them when it is needed. And we also have cognitive flexibility, which is the ability to adjust one's behavior appropriately to the changing need. It's quite fascinating that so many studies have been done regarding this construct within the African space, but we don't have a compendium of them like the first presenter said, which was a question that I put out to him, that how do we assess these studies that have been put out? How do we say, okay, I need studies on executive function, I'm going to this website, or I need studies from executive function, I'm going to this university. So what we did was to then begin to put out some kind of ideas to bring all these studies together, but then to also understand that kind of build a basis to first of all understand how executive function is associated with other variables. Is it really important? Of course it is, because it's been found that executive function is positively related with health. So it has a positive correlation with health outcomes. It has a positive correlation with academic performance. And then there were newer studies that have been published, which also show that executive function could moderate the relationship between poverty and learning ability, which is where our own study comes in. That, okay, if we assume or agree that students live in poverty area, maybe because they were born in low or middle income countries, could executive function play a role to mediate that kind of relationship where we put them in school, expect them to learn, and in a poverty environment, then what role can executive function play in trying to bridge that gap? Say, okay, you live in a poor home, or you come from a poor home, and then you're expected to have some learning. Then how can we now build that kind of bridge using executive function capacities. Mind you, executive function is it's a kind of cognitive construct that we can't see, but we can then begin to see the output when the children behave in a certain way within the classroom. So to achieve this, what we set out to do again was to first of all review the literature within the African space, and then the literature then led us to say there is need for us to have a kind of contextualized measure to assess this construct. And then we moved on to the third phase of my PhD, which is to now begin to use psychometrics to validate or devalidate or invalidate the measures that have been developed. But the big question is, why Africa? Why am I so particular about Africa? So many people have presented, and in their presentation, what they do really is to bring in measures from Europe, from Europe, from America, Asia, wherever, and then just bring it, because these guys are the one who funds most of the societies. They bring all these measures and then adapt it in the African context. They bring measures and then adopt it in the African concept and say, okay, look, these children are not performing well, and therefore let's intervene. I think this conference is about neurodivergent children, and then you bring these measures from London School of Hygiene, or you bring this measure from University of Cambridge or from Harvard University, and then you just use it to assess those children, and then you be like, oh no, they're not performing well. And then if they're not performing well, then you go again and seek for funding to intervene. And then the question is, why is it that all the interventions that have been done by IMF, by World Bank, by this group, by UNICEF has not been working in the African space? Our thinking is that if the diagnosis is wrong, then your prognosis is definitely going to be wrong for those who work within the medical practice. So if you're treating malaria and then the person has typhoid, you're probably going to get a wrong prognosis. So we wanted to say, okay, Africa is quite large, it's quite interesting. I mean, it's quite interesting. And there's a report that's been put out recently by UNICEF in 2014 that says, in the next couple of years, I said 2050, there's going to be about 1 billion children in Africa, making Africa one of the largest, the largest continent by school-age children. So we wanted to understudy this because the distinctive nature of the African environment makes an important study site for cognitive scientists. This is visible in their cultural heterogeneity. We have lots of languages within the African space. And then the collectivistic nature, the last person who presented just talked about, the collectiveness, the integration that happens within the family, where the father is the head of the family, and then also provide food for the other family members. And then the first presenter talked about the collectiveness within the school system. The African system or the African space is a space of collective nature. And so if we bring in instruments that are developed in individualistic society to assess people in collective nature, of course, we know that we are just doing the wrong diagnosis. And so these differences, so we have childhood differences that also occur within the African space. And these differences result from childhood experiences and is heightened by culture-specific variability. There are different levels of cultural display within the African space, which is why it is important for us to look at each of the constructs we're interested in bit by bit. First of all, to understand them, why are they displayed, how are they displayed, before we can begin to talk of measures. And then to achieve this, what we did first was to do a systematic review of all the executive function studies that are published in Africa. Funny enough, sorry to use that word, funny enough, there are loads of studies that have been published, but most of them are just conceptual talks. I mean, people just kind of make commentaries and publish them in journals. Some of them are not, they're not indexed in some of the journals that we have online, or some of the journals we call I-index journals. So, but by and large, we identified 163 studies. And then we got additional 13 from all the sources, maybe references of the studies we've identified. Following a PRISMA protocol, we then screened the 176 studies and then excluded 134. Finally, not to bore you, we're left with 30 studies that we included for the systematic review. then, this is the kind of distribution we have for all the studies. Largely, most of the studies were conducted in South Africa, Kenya, and Ghana. And some of the people who published these studies, we've been in conferences together, we've chatted about these studies. Just 3 studies were conducted in Nigeria, and by a single person who is also a PhD student here at the University of Cambridge. Other African countries had maybe 1, some had zeros. And then when you look at the conclusion of all the studies by the authors, they make very bogus claim about Africa. Somebody has just probably did a study with 30 children from Ghana, and then you see the title of the papers is going to be reading executive function study among children in Ghana. And I'm like, look, this is just 30 participants you've given a task to do, and then you generalize it. And you see another one saying we've done a study in West Africa. I'm like, come on, West Africa is have up to 14 or thereabouts countries. You've just identified 50 children within this space, and then you have generalized that this study was done in West Africa. So we've just been able to itemize all the studies that we found, which about 30, which I think is quite very, very minimal compared to the population we have in Africa, compared to the growing number of children we have in Africa, compared to the school policies, compared to the wealth disparity that we have in Africa. But by and large, what we have is that by article distribution, people looked at executive function as predictors. People also look at executive function as correlate between wealth and education. So if you are rich, are you likely to have high executive function? Of course, that's what the studies found, that people who live in privileged environment have higher working memory, higher cognitive flexibility, higher inhibitory control. And these studies were also found that if schools that use punitive measure tend to have children that have low executive function. There was also studies that showed intervention that mediate poverty and EF relationship. All of the measures validated, this is the interesting part for my PhD, is that all of the measures that we did found validated what we call psychometric properties for the adopted or adapted measures. Just few studies built or developed new instruments to assess executive function within the African system. Now, in terms of comparison, which is what we would never find in most of the studies that we've also saw, is that Cameroonian samples were better in delay inhibition tasks compared to their counterparts when you run a kind of comparison within cross-cultural comparison. And there's this study by Cale Cook, who we've also been talked with recently. Children from South Africa with low socioeconomic status outperform middle and high socioeconomic status Australian children in both inhibitory control and cognitive flexibility. And then we also found in one of the studies that was done in Nigeria that children exposed to life adversity have amazingly increased working memory. And these are children on the street, children who has never been to school. These are amazing findings that have actually negated all the things we know about executive function within the literature. Now, this is the first review to look at executive function literature synthesis in Africa. No observation studies was done. There was no operationalization of EF. We don't understand the contextual nature of EF within the African space. There were conflicting results when an American or a European comes to Africa to do a study, they always find that these children are not developing well in terms of executive function. But when these results were done, when the same studies were done by locals, for instance, the one we found in South Africa, the one we found in Nigeria, there's always a kind of conflicting result. And then we agree that more studies need to be done in terms of trying to synthesize the meta-analysis, and then we need training and funding for local researchers. And then we move on to say, look, if there are conflicting results, where we bring in instruments to assess these children and these children perform low, what could be the problem? It is assumed that if I bring in something from Lagos, rural Lagos, for instance, and then measure the European children, measure American children, they are likely going to fail because they don't understand the contextual usage of that particular instrument. So what do we do going forward? We felt, why not just allow these children display their executive function in the classroom, and then we can assess them? So we thought, okay, the best thing to do is to develop an observation measure Instead of bringing mouse to the classroom and asking the children, okay, you're going to click. When I say click right, you click left. When I say click left, you click right. Whereas these children have not even seen a mouse since they were born. They were 4 years, 5 years. They've never seen a mouse before. We'll just allow them to display this in their classroom within their functionality of how they want to use their executive function within the classroom, and then we can code their behavior. So we move ahead to say we want to develop an observational measure of executive function, which is going to account for contextual features within the children's classroom or within the children's ecological society. So what we did first to achieve that was to interview teachers. Please let me know if I'm behind time, and then I could quickly summarize. Okay, so what we did was to interview teachers. We generated the questions, from the literature. Okay, if you're using this task, what kind of questions can we generate from this task to ask the teachers? So we interview teachers to get contextual view and understanding about how they understand executive function. Because it's one thing to go to the classroom and ask the teachers, we want to do this. And funny enough, if you go to some of the rural areas in Africa, Nigeria, that I'm quite familiar with, and you're white, they are likely to listen to you and do everything you say, even if they don't understand, because these guys are also coming with funding to say, okay, after this study, we're going to give you 20 pounds. 20 pounds is a lot of money, but it doesn't mean anything to the person who is giving it, but it's a lot of money to the person receiving it. So we felt, let us understand what a teacher thinks is executive function. And we also think that after this study, we are going to expand it to look at what do the parents see as executive function. And it's amazing to see, like, their responses were quite different from the things we have in the literature because of the contextual understanding that we're trying to understand. So after the interview, we did a thematic analysis using NGO to, mine what the teachers have said and then develop teams and the likes. And then from the item generation, here, if you can see my mouse, we moved on to send it to expert. We have some guys from Oxford, the same people who have also been into executive function studies. We have some guys from Oxford, some from Cambridge here, some from Stanford, and some from Harvard. Looked at all this, looked at the item we've generated as the observation protocol, and then look, some people say, look, this is not okay. We have to remove those items because 2 or 3 people have flagged them as not being able to capture executive function within the classroom. So we isolated those ones. And then we took the instrument back to the teachers to say, can we see this behavior displayed by the children in your classroom? So each of the behaviors that...
Sorry to cut in. I sent a message, but apparently you didn't see it. You have 2 more minutes and we'll take questions. Thank you.
Oh, that's fine. So I'll just... Okay, so we piloted this and then we were able to quickly develop the observational protocol, which I just used in Nigeria. So we did a pilot and then I'm testing them out right now. Okay, so let me see if I go back. So what is the implication for neurodivergent children, which is, the essence of me presenting in this conference? The fact that we understand that the neurodivergent children within the African space is one. Identification is the one thing. And then the second is that most of the things we use to identify, diagnose, and label these children, are they things that are developed within their space? And then if these things are developed within their space or they are brought in from, outside their environmental, outside their environment, the interventions we are developing, are they interventions that are ecologically valid, or they are just intervention that we are developing or adopting because we've got funding from other areas? These are the things, the kind of thinking that we wanted to put out there. That for neurodivergent children, we need to develop culturally informed assessment and then develop culturally informed intervention. Because if the intervention is not tailored towards the neurodivergent child, we're just wasting our time. Because we need to understand the intrinsic nature of the neurodivergent child, and then marry that with the extrinsic factors that could encourage those intrinsic tendencies. And then the third one is the one we termed, finally please, is the one we termed the triacritic partnership. In the triacritic partnership, what we are trying to look at is the child being at the center of the intervention, and then every other significant individual within the child being the focus of the attention. So we have the child's parents, we have the child teacher, Then we have the the school, the environment, and the child itself, which is more like a secular intervention that could help the child. So if we're able to develop a culturally informed assessment, that could help us to begin to understand what kind of target intervention we could give to the neurodivergent child within the classroom. And then from there, we could help to build an accommodating environment for them within the classroom. Thank you for listening. And I could send all the references for the work if anybody is interested. Let me say again that this study is graciously funded by Lego Foundation and the University of Cambridge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chika. Very quickly, we'll take questions. There are already 2 questions in the comment section, but I would like to read this comment first. Really appreciate the way, this is from Dr. Raphael Mitchell. Really appreciate the way you're challenging these deficit perspectives based on Anglo-American norms, Chika, and a lot of people agreed with that comment, which is why I decided to share it. Okay, your first question is, given the importance of executive function to autism and other neurodevelopmental conditions, how do we then balance an absence of tools with the large number of children to be helped? Do you want me to take that again, or is that quite clear?
Yeah, please, can you take it again?
Okay. Given the importance of executive function to autism and other neurodevelopmental conditions, how do we then balance an absence of the tools that we need with the large number of children to be helped?
Okay, so yeah, it's quite clear. I'm just trying to put a name. This amazing lady is in South Africa, Cook. They just got a fund to kind of harness all the whole cognitive developmental tools within the African space. And then they are looking at participants, researchers who could come together as a team, a kind of panel of expertise, and develop African-informed tools to assess African children, whether they are neurodivergent or they are typical growing children. I got a link from them yesterday, so I could also share the link maybe after my presentation. The idea is that we have, enormous children out there who are neurodivergent, but we need to start from somewhere, right? So if we start from Nigeria, if we start from somewhere in Nigeria, say Lagos, for instance, we could then begin to make a kind of generalizable adjustment to other parts of Nigeria. And then Stephanie, I'm going to share it. So this kind of conversation we're having in this conference could also be a level playing ground for everybody to come together and say, look, we want to look at autism, we want to look at learning disability, and we can move from there and begin to adjust those measures to assess those children. The idea is that most of the measures we use were not developed in a day. And so if you're adopting them or adjusting them, we should be able to adjust them to fit the contextual need of those children we are interested in, not just to bring them because we got a funding from one funder, and then to just put them in and then begin to assess those children and then come back to say they are not doing well, they are not performing well. So we have enormous need, and we need to begin to channel those enormous conversations so that people can begin to come out and develop culturally informed tools. We may not get there in a day, but conversations like this could help us speed up the reaction to get there.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chika. You have a couple of more questions in the comment section. Please, you can answer them there because we're already out of time. But thank you for that very insightful presentation. Okay, we'll move to the next presentation now. And this is from Mrs. Stephanie Nowak, also from the University of Cambridge, UK. And she's going to be talking to us about leveraging the use of play for the early childhood education of autistic children, and she'll be sharing lessons from South African schools. Mrs. Stephanie Nowak, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, you're up next.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to check if you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. And can you see my screen?
Yes, everything's good.
Great. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm very thrilled to be here today and share this space and thinking around building stronger foundations for the early childhood education of neurodivergent children in Africa. My name is Stephanie Novak. I'm a PhD candidate based at the Faculty of Education at the University of Cambridge. And today I'm sharing with you my research on leveraging the use of play for the early childhood education of autistic children. And I'll be focusing on lessons from South African classrooms. Before I start, I just wanted to acknowledge the help in this project from my supervisors, Professor Nidhi Singhal and Professor Jenny Gibson, and my funding body, the Lego Foundation and Cambridge Chess, as well as groups who have been fundamental in shaping this project, which are the Cambridge Network for Disability and Education Research, the Pedal Center, and the Real Center, all embedded in the Faculty of Education at the University of Cambridge. Now to give a little bit of background to a pedagogy of play and what it entails. Play has long been recognized as a central way in how children learn. In playful learning, children try out ideas, they test theories, they experiment with symbol systems, they explore social relations, take risks, and reimagine the world. And failure is an opportunity to try again. In playful learning, children are engaged, they're relaxed, they are challenged, which are all states of mind that are highly conducive to learning. Playful learning offers pathways for intellectual, social, and emotional and physical development. And much is known about the importance of play in children's development, yet there is little empirical research that explores what it might mean to put play at the center of formal schooling. And as Kushner has argued, there are a series of unremitting contradictions that arise when you put play at the center of school. For example, in play, the players lose their sense of time, schools are governed by timetables, play can be chaotic and can be messy and loud, and schools aspire to be places of order. In play, children take risks. These can be physical or psychological risks. And in school, schools are places where children should be safe. So a pedagogy of play attempts to navigate these paradoxes. And as playful learning is subjective in nature, what is playful for one is not necessarily playful for all. And so this is made all the more complicated by cultural and pedagogical beliefs and values of educators and families. The way in which any of us understand the nature of playful learning, or the adult's role in supporting it or not supporting it, and its place in schools are all heavily influenced by culture. And although children in all cultures play, such play may be accepted, it might be cultivated, or it may be curtailed. And so cultures differ wildly in their beliefs about gender and play, the age one should stop playing, if ever, and whether and how adults should participate in the children's play. And although South African teachers have started to bring more play into mainstream classrooms by letting children experience ownership, curiosity, and enjoyment, and so the cultural aspects of play have been explored by pushing geopolitical contexts of children's play, by considering culture and socioeconomic backgrounds. However, the way that play might be manifested in neurodivergent children, and specifically autistic children, has not been looked at. Which leads me to my research focus. South African policies on play are aligned with the right to play, as enshrined in the Article 31 of the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child. And South Africa is also signatory of many international promises around inclusive education. But still, South Africa is considered the most unequal country in the world, which also feeds into the education system. And so South Africa's current state of inclusive education cannot be understood without engaging with the legacy of the apartheid regime. And today, most autistic children in South Africa are schooled in autism special schools and not in mainstream schools. And so, in particular, my research is looking at illuminating playful classroom practices in South African autism schools by looking at the following research questions. I'm looking at how are reception class teachers and their teaching assistants, as I found them to be particularly important to the education of autistic children, how are they shaping the learning through play experiences and manifestations of playfulness among autistic children in South African autism schools? And particularly, what are their perceptions around teaching through play, and what are their practices around teaching through play? In answering these questions, I followed a playful participatory research approach, which views the teachers, in my case, teachers and teaching assistants, as democratic owners of the research, or shaping the research questions, and also giving them agency in how to answer the research question. I worked with 3 government autism schools in the Gauteng province in South Africa conducted fieldwork for 9 months, where I, together with the school staff, sampled 12 classrooms from the schools, and I worked with 12 teachers and 12 teaching assistants. While being in the school, I conducted semi-structured interviews. I engaged in classroom observations. So these were not just in the classrooms, actually school observations, where I looked at other spaces where children play, followed by the lead of the teachers. So, for example, break time and the playground, snack time, story time. So there were different play scenarios within the school system. While I was doing the observations, I did ethnographic field notes. And then after the classroom observations or the school observations, I engaged in post-observation interviews to see what the teachers and teaching assistants thought about their different classroom practices, and brought them into the analysis. And in the end, I had 3 focus groups with the 3 different teams in the different schools. And what I want to show you here is a glimpse of what I have learned from spending time in the classrooms and listening to the teachers. So firstly, the teachers have showed me the importance of making learning meaningful and connecting learning to real life experiences. So here is an example of every morning the teacher conducts a morning ring where they talk about the weather or different shapes in the classroom. But instead of, just focusing on the curriculum or focusing what they want to learn today or looking at the weather, the teacher takes them outside and connects it to their real life, looking at, I think this was a lesson on being partly cloudy, and to, show the children what it looks like. And this kind of connecting learning to real life experiences in an autism school is very much linked also to independence for the children. Secondly, dancing and physical movement was observed almost in every classroom that I visited, and so the body of the child becomes an important space for learning, and integrating the body into the curriculum and integrating the body into the learning. So there were a lot of kinesthetic activities. Then, thirdly, linking abstract learning to concrete, tangible objects. Here's a math lesson, and instead of writing, the children are getting Play-Doh to, have also essential experience in creating the number 1. That's what's happening in the picture. And then fourthly, following the child's interest. What can be seen here is our very structured play scenarios called teach activities, where the children either like sort colors or they get alphabets, like in this picture, alphabets to form words. And usually they always create very similar words that the teacher maybe expects of the children. But here the child is spelling out the word Toughies, which is a South African shoe brand, which the child has probably learned from home. And he brings it into the classroom, and the teachers encourage the child to create new ideas. So within the structure, there is promotion of creativity. So what are the key findings? And these are preliminary findings of my PhD research. Firstly, teaching through play was viewed as a necessity for young autistic learners to engage in learning, but also viewed as frivolous. Some teachers clearly stated that there is a difference between play and work and that they should not be combined. But it was viewed as so essential that also the question arises of play, is viewed as a non-academic activity, and that the teachers sometimes viewed the children as non-academic, and that's why they included so much play in the classrooms. Then understanding each child holistically so that individual interests can be followed. But this is difficult to find these interests as there is a communication disconnect between the children and the teacher. Either the children have specific communication needs that the teachers don't understand. So the teachers reported that it takes a long time for the teachers to holistically understand the children. Then, and I explained this in the last picture that I showed, is keeping routine and schedules to avoid uncertainty in children, but within these schedules and routines to be very creative and iterative to prevent boredom within the children. So if you are teaching a fine motor activity that is part of the curriculum, the teachers recommended changing it up, like once using maybe scissors, the other time using feathers, so that the children do not become bored. Building confidence to enable independence and agency. And independence, like I mentioned before, is a very important part of the education of autistic children in these schools. And so play also forms a way of expression for the children. But teachers, they often mentioned what comes after school. So the inclusion of autistic children has happened within the education system. They are attending school, but what comes after? What comes when they leave school? How will they be integrated into society? And then lastly, teachers and teaching assistants, and teaching assistants were often parents of autistic children as well, are extremely passionate and caring towards the children and the education of the children, but they felt unsupported by having to follow a curriculum that is unhelpful and feeling that they have been forgotten by the government.
Hi, Stephanie. Sorry,
Yes.
I sent a private message. So, you have a minute or so to round
Yeah,
up.
that's fine. Thank you so much. So I just want to leave you with a quote by one of the teaching assistants. And it's a response to a question that I asked her about what is her role about? What is her role in the education of her autistic learners? And she answered, we are their voices, their minds, but at the same time, we are helping them to develop. I can put it in that way. We are their shoes. Shoes help you to go anywhere we want to go. You know you are safe when you are wearing your shoes. No bottles will touch you. No water will touch you. I think we are their shoes in our culture. When you say somebody is your shoes, it's your protector, your pillar, your strength, your developer. You can even say your mother, your everything. Thank you so much.
Fantastic presentation. Thank you so much, Stephanie. We'll take questions if there are any, but I love really that quote is really deep. We are your shoes. I can see some people in the comment section actually echoing that. It's a great quote. Okay, if you can you share that? People are asking that you share the quote because it's very insightful. It's a part of the slide. I don't know if the slide is going to go out to everyone, but if you can, maybe you guys can take a screenshot and that way you have it.
Otherwise, I
Yes.
can also paste it
We
in
haven't-
the chat.
Yes, if you can, that would be fantastic. I could just lift it up from there as well. It's a wonderful quote. So you have a question. Someone saying, can you share a bit about your findings on parents as teaching assistants?
Yes.
Did you do that? Okay.
Yes, I did. Thank you so much. Thank you for the question. And initially, teaching assistants were not part of my research design when I went into the field. I actually just wanted to focus on teachers. But when I started my observations and I had a familiarization phase within my research where I, saw how applicable my research questions are and I changed them a bit. I found them to be fundamental in establishing schools. Two of the schools I was working in were in South African townships where actually there were no autism schools previously. So South Africa has about, I think, 6 autism schools at the moment. And one of these schools was built from teaching assistants. So parents who saw the need for education for their children, they brought the communities together. They were the ones that are also most strongly linked to advocacy. And I think there is a wider theme on parents of autistic children also in Western literature and how fundamental they are in advocacy for autistic children. But they really, in South Africa, I found them to be like the backbone. They were the ones teaching the teachers as well. So teachers often come from a mainstream background and then they are allocated to an autism school, but with no previous or prior background in special education or autism specifically. So often they would say they've learned all their skills in their classroom management and trying to understand the children. They've learned all these skills from the teaching assistants who also have an autistic child themselves.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Just to remind you, if you can share that quote in the chat section and people can have that. Thank you. I've just been informed our next speaker isn't here yet or available, but we will attempt to share her presentation. Let's try to see if the tech will let us do that in about a minute or two. But if we can't get any luck with that, then we'll probably just take a quick tea break and reconvene. So would give the tech team about a minute or two to try and see if we can share her presentation. Meanwhile, I like the conversations are going up that are going on in the chat section. Okay, someone has alerted me that someone's hand is up. Let me see. If your hand is up, just put the question in the comment section. Just put your question in the comment section. Some of the speakers are still here and they're responding directly. So I may not be able to see that hand. I can't see it yet, but please put your question. Oh yeah, a German. Okay, I already sent her a private message. Yes. Thank you so much, Mrs. Nwokolo, for bringing my attention to that. I sent her a private message that she should put the question in the section. I think it's an error. Okay, how are we doing at the back end? I see the screen is up. Are we able to share? Okay, I don't think that that looks like it's working out well.
Just give me a second, please.
Oh, okay, fine.
Can you hear it? Okay, so I don't think we can make that audio work. So perhaps we should take a break now.
Okay, that's perfect, actually. So let's say a 5 minutes break, and we will reconvene for the next session.
Yes, let's take a 5 minutes break and then we'll share the presentation we'll share the illustration from yesterday. And then that'll take us into the next session.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll see you all in 5 minutes.
Hi, everyone. So Dr. Furi's presentation will be shared with participants. Her presentation is really quite useful for teachers, understanding what teachers were doing in classrooms. So yesterday we had a teacher session, and they spoke about their difficulties. This is more to do with research, going to the classroom, speaking with teachers and seeing what conditions are more prevalent, and the practices that the teachers are using within those classrooms to support the students. So the presentation will be shared with all participants. But now we'll just share, we'll share some of the illustrations from yesterday. So yesterday we had two panel discussions. We had one keynote address, and we had two panel discussions, one for teachers and one for parents, where they spoke about their lived experiences of supporting children with neurodevelopmental conditions in the early years. And this was so useful because we didn't want a situation where we had, quote unquote, experts who are researching about stakeholders rather than hearing stakeholder voices directly. So it was useful to listen to the conversation from yesterday. And so for those who were unable to attend yesterday's session, the recording for that session will also be shared, but I'm just going to share now some of the illustrations from Dr. Julia Hayes. So we started off with Professor Walton's presentation, where she spoke about path dependencies, what labels are we putting on children, and also how are we going between not having enough resources to support children to not doing enough, within the context to even try and support the children. In addition, she talked about the multiple layers of exclusion that exist that we don't always seem to recognize when we are trying to address the issue of educating children with disabilities. So this is just one of the illustrations. This is another one. It's one big picture that Dr. Hayes provided for us, but it's not possible to show, the one big picture. So this is also another thing. The usefulness of this illustration is this can be easily read and understood as the key points that came up from the conversations that we had yesterday. But you'd notice in this particular slide, the part where parents, one of the key things that parents said yesterday was they feel that they're not being listened to well enough. And I think this is coming out, across different spheres of research where we're drawing on the importance of parents' voices when it comes to supporting children with disabilities. You probably heard from the last speaker, Ms. Stephanie, about parents as teaching assistants, when she was conducting her field work in South African schools. So the role the parents play in educating children who have neurodevelopmental disorders and in just their development and, supporting them is a crucial one. So yesterday, one of the key things that we got out was the need to support parents more so that they can support their children better. So again, the presentation is going to, the recording from yesterday's presentation is going to be shared with all attendees. I just thought, okay, yes, so we have this single view, and I think this is the brilliant one. You may not see clearly, but hopefully when you rewatch it, you'd be able to zoom in. I can zoom in now, but what I'll be zooming into is everything that you have seen from the other slides. So that's it. So we'll share all of that. This is a single picture view of all of the key points from our conversation yesterday. So if you missed it, you will get this as well. But I think this is brilliant in terms of just also disseminating the things that we're talking about at this conference and what we want to do going forward. So over to you, Dr. Ogona. Dr. Ogona. Okay, if Dr. Ogona is not available, I'll just introduce the next speaker. So next we have Jennifer Ngwaira from Catholic University, Malawi. Jennifer will be talking to us about developing training on inclusion for early childhood educators and caregivers of children with disabilities. She does a lot of work in Malawi, and she does a lot of work within the early childhood space and also for children who have neurodevelopmental conditions. But more importantly, it's the community approach to the work that they do. So over to you, Jennifer.
Thank you very much. Are you able to get my screen? I've just shared it. Good. Okay, so thank you very much. Actually, I'm very happy to be here, part of this conference, to share my views on developing training on inclusion of early childhood educators and caregivers for children with disabilities, lessons from Malawi. So it is an undeniable fact that quality inclusive education for children with different disabilities largely depend on how equipped our educators and caregivers are in terms of their knowledge levels and skill acquisition from their training programs. So I'm very happy that this year's theme is on the neurodevelopmental disabilities, an area which has been under-researched and not really prioritized in countries like Malawi. Because here in Malawi, when we talk about disabilities, a lot of people have very narrow understanding of neurodevelopmental disabilities. Most of the times we focus so much on sensory disabilities to do with vision impairment, hearing impairment, deaf blindness, or most of the times we talk a lot about physical disabilities, just as Dr. Rafael Michel talked about earlier on today. So in Malawi, I'll give you just a little bit of some key information. In Malawi, ECD, early childhood development, it's still under informal system of education. So what that means is that ECD is not actually part of the structured system of education, as it is the case with the primary, secondary, and tertiary education. This already creates a problem when it comes to training caregivers who are going to work or who are already working in a sector which they know is not formal. Most of the times, working in an informal sector creates a negative perception where we see a lot of people shunning away from committing themselves to work there because they are looking at opportunities where they can get a formal job, which can give them money. And that is why maybe also in terms of looking at who works as a caregiver between males and females, in Malawi, there are more females who are working as caregivers than males. If you look at the screen again, there's an issue of a community-based childcare model, which we use for our early childhood development here in Malawi. So what happens is that communities are actually encouraged to establish child training centers by themselves. This approach has resulted into some communities being very active and thereby establishing vibrant community child centers, while other communities have struggled to do so. So this means that access to early childhood development already differs from one community to another, depending on how active or passive the communities are in establishing and supporting children who have different disabilities and they struggle in different areas. All in all, we have about 11,150 community child centers in Malawi, but these child centers are run by volunteer caregivers. So our caregivers do not receive any salary. They may request a few contributions from the parents who are sending their children to the CBCC, maybe a 200 kwacha, a small amount, but they're not paid. So a lot of these caregivers, they're subsistence farmers with very low education qualifications. But one thing is that they're very much willing to freely provide care to children, including those with disabilities in their communities. And that's one great positive thing. The fact that caregivers are volunteers and the majority of them are having low education qualification has serious implications in relation to their work when it comes to them being motivated, their job satisfaction, their job retention, and also even when it comes to issues of capacity to get trained. I'll talk much more when I start talking about the training itself. So over 65% of children in Malawi do not have access to early childhood development. We do not have precise data actually on the how many children with disabilities who attain ECD, especially those with neurodevelopmental disabilities, but we do know that definitely the figures are very small. So there was this study that we conducted in one of the districts in Malawi, a study done by Catholic University and University of Glasgow called Tiphunzile Limodzi. This study showed us that actually, although a lot of children with disabilities are not accessing early childhood education, their parents are willing to have these children sent to school. But now the problem is that a lot of parents, when we interviewed them, expressed fear that they are afraid that their children, looking at the severity of their disability, may be a burden to the caregivers. And also some expressed issues of poverty, not having necessary resources, diapers for those children who have not yet mastered toileting skills, or the issue of just having a little bit of food to carry to school. So all these factors are attributing to the fact that there are children with disabilities who are not going to early childhood centers. So in terms of training of caregivers then, for children with disabilities, training is mainly, okay, so training is mainly conducted by one institution, and this institution is called Association of Early Childhood Development in Malawi. Currently, we have 32,361 caregivers in Malawi, but half of them have not been trained. The training are mainly conducted with support from individual NGOs, definitely each one with its own agendas. The problem is that each NGO brings in its needs and its activities. And therefore, at the end of the day, they promote what they want to promote through training caregivers using different methods, using different, focusing on different areas and so on. At the end of the day, what we see is the training of caregivers, which is largely done by sponsorship from NGOs, tend to be inadequate, unequal, and sometimes fragmented. Sisters have already said, NGOs choose where to work and which activities to implement. So some areas are really hard to reach places, districts, where they have few NGOs availability in the area. this creates an echo in terms of giving opportunities to caregivers being trained. There is also an issue of the characteristics of the caregivers that we have in Malawi. I posed the question to say, does level of education and age really affect caregiver training? Why did I ask that question? It's because when you look at the level of education for most caregivers in Malawi, it's very low. We had a study 2015 to 2018 where we're looking at levels of education of caregivers in Malawi, and the results showed that a majority of caregivers that we have not gone beyond the secondary school education. Actually, we have caregivers who have no education at all, supporting children with different disabilities in early childhood centers. The other, about 35% were caregivers who had education, but now what was interesting was the issue of age. The ones with a bit of a higher education were a younger aged group, while the ones with very low qualifications were those with very much advanced in age. So we have two extremes here, where we have a younger generation, but in minority, and an older generation in majority with low education qualification. What is happening actually is that the younger generation are coming from a background where they have just finished their secondary school education and have not yet found an opportunity for a job, and therefore they go into the caregiving as a career, just temporarily, as they are looking for other opportunities to get another employment. So that creates also a gap, because in terms of job retention, it becomes a problem where you train the younger generation and then they don't stay in the field. As soon as they get an opportunity, they move out. In terms of caregiver training itself, what we do is that we have a 2 weeks basic training, general training that is given to all caregivers. An analysis of the curriculum that is used indicate that at first we really didn't have much information about disability and inclusive education integrated in the caregiver curriculum. But with the project that I was talking about, which we implemented from 2015 to 2019, we really advocated for the need to have the curriculum reviewed and include content that is inclusive for learners with disabilities. So for example, the current curriculum that is being used in Malawi include issues of understanding disability, training caregivers on issues of inclusive games, early literacy and storytelling, inclusive environment, how they can do that, making sure that they support each and every child with different types of disabilities. So basically, that's what we are doing in Malawi in terms of training caregivers for children with disabilities. Now, a few lessons which I've drawn from what we do is that there is need for a more coordinated and inclusive training approach, which should be championed by government ministries, Ministry of Education, Health and Gender, with support from stakeholders such as NGOs. Because currently, as things are, it's vice versa. It is the NGOs which are on the forefront providing education training of caregivers instead of the government being on the forefront to do that. So we need more political will from our government through the various ministries to make sure that training is coordinated so that each and every district in Malawi is given an equal opportunity to have caregivers trained. Another issue is the issue of curriculum review for the training program, which need to be deliberately ensured to include specific types of disabilities like neurodevelopmental disability modules or courses. We need to prioritize that we don't just give the general general teaching of different types of disabilities, but rather we should go deeper to make caregivers understand various visible and invisible disabilities, so that when they go on the ground, they're able to accommodate and support each and every child who has a need, even those whose needs may not be very, very visible. The third thing is to enhance caregivers' creativity in production of teaching and learning and prayer materials using local available resources. Quite a number of the CBCCs complain that we don't have resources, we don't have materials, and yet the caregivers can be trained and empowered to be creative enough to produce materials from local available resources. We don't really need to be buying each and everything, but rather use the things which are within our communities to make sure that we promote play for our children. For example, in the project that I talked about, Tekule Limodzi by University of Glasgow and Catholic University, we did make sure that caregivers are empowered to produce local available resources using cartons, using sacks, using cloths, using papers, using anything that they can get from within their surrounding. We also made sure that the training also included sometimes things which we may think that they're useless, they're not important, to use like empty drinking bottles, empty snack covers, all those which we can use from our environment to make sure that we enhance learning for all children in our learning centers. A need to strengthen continuous professional development through introduction of inclusive education courses for already serving caregivers is also very, very important, because we have caregivers who are on the ground, who have been teaching for so many years, some of them 20 years. But when you ask them, they say they've never received any refresher courses. Time is changing, technology is coming in, new methods are coming in. They need to explore these methods, and resources is vital. So if you have a caregiver who has been teaching on the ground for so many years, has no any refresher training given to this caregiver, it becomes a problem when you look at the quality of support which this caregiver can give. So if we can look at issues of continuous professional development, it's also an area which need to be strengthened. The other issue is the need for training institutions to use a holistic home community involvement approach, where training of caregivers is not just limited to classroom work, but rather allowing them to engage in home and community-based programs which will make parents and children with neurodevelopmental disabilities to be assisted, even outside the school. Because learning does continue to take place even when a child has gone back home. So we need parents who can be empowered to continue supporting education of their children, even when they're at home. Research has shown that a lot of parents are willing to support their children. They are ready to do that. They are committed to do that. But sometimes parents do lack skills also on how best to support their children. There is also need to strengthen collaborative multi-sectoral work between caregiver training institutions and other sectors such as the medical, the social work, welfare, and the education in general. If you look at this slide, there's so many professionals who we can work with as we are training caregivers. From the medical side, talk about the medical officers, physiotherapists, rehabilitation technicians, health surveillance assistants. All these can assist. All these are a valuable resource who we need to incorporate when we are training caregivers in our society. From social welfare section, so many community-based rehabilitation officers, child protection workers, disability organizations which are existing in our communities. Let us not restrict the training, narrow the approach to training caregivers to be provided by only those who are considered caregiver trainers. No, but if we can use all these personnel from different stakeholders, we can enrich our training programs to make it more supportive to children with various disabilities. Let me finish by stating that it is important that in our caregiver training, we try as much as possible to empower the caregivers to realize and allow children to be children, allow children with diverse needs to enjoy being children, to look at children as people who have desires, who have ideas, who have dreams. Caregivers, we need to learn to reframe the language that we use. How we talk about a child with a disability do matter. Sometimes it can be harmful, whether knowingly or unknowingly. So we need caregivers who are able to use strength-based language when they are supporting children with disabilities, focus on enhancing skills which they have, use appropriate strategies when it comes to play. I loved the presentation about play because most of the times in Malawi, we have not really grasped the need to use play for our learners. If you go to early childhood centers, you see that a lot of caregivers who focus so much on teaching these children alphabet letters or teaching them numbers. Sometimes learners learn these things without even understanding what these alphabet letters are all about. Instead of focusing maybe on functional learning, sometimes making sure the learners are able to acquire skills of daily living, activities, toileting, feeding, bathing, and so on. Let me share an experience I had. One of in one of the research, we went to the field and we found a caregiver was teaching children an English song, which the caregiver himself did not even understand. There's a song which says, they were singing like spoke, Zachariah, spoke, Zachariah. But when we asked, what does this song mean? Actually, they wanted to say sports is a career. So we need caregivers who can also facilitate play in a positive way, but in a way that is not going to mislead the children as well. So let us all start focusing on supporting children with neurodevelopmental disabilities. Let us all be open to learn from one another and improve from the best practices which have been presented at this particular conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jennifer, for such a brilliant, brilliant presentation. Thank you so much. I couldn't help but laugh at the Foxford area. Thank you so much. You've raised a number of important points, and maybe because I have the privileged experience of knowing how the sessions or how the presentations will happen, it also makes me, look forward to the sessions that are coming after yours, because the number of points that you have raised, which I am hoping that the next session will pick up on, this issue of the people that we're training, are they staying? Why are they there? Maybe they're just there for a short term and then they leave, and then we can find the right. So you've raised that point. There's also the part of the government. Why is it that there's so many NGOs leading this work rather than the government? There's the session right after that is a government official, and I'm again hoping that he'll be able to touch on this. Why do we have to rely on NGO? The Winford Center is an NGO. There's so many people who are here today who are also pushing forward NGOs, trying to do this work. So thank you so much for a brilliant presentation. There was a question from Raphael in the comments section that says, fascinating national overview from Malawi. Jennifer, please can I check, of the 34% of young people who currently access ECE, what is the breakdown in terms of socioeconomic status? Is participation skewed towards more affluent sections of the society? Is that a question you want to take now, or do you want to reread it and then type the answer in the chat section?
Let me reread it, but already I have some views. If you look at socioeconomic status, a majority of a population in Malawi is low income, depends on subsistence farming, and a majority lives in rural areas. And therefore, we are already seeing a picture where a majority of these children with disabilities are coming from that section where it's a low income population. Quite a few who come from urban centers, and even those who are coming from urban centers, not everyone is doing well economically. So I will continue to respond in the comment section. Yes.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Thank you for a brilliant presentation again. So next I'm going to call on the moderator for the next session, Ms. Toyin Falugi, AKZ, to start us off. With that session is practitioner session, so the people who are on the field doing the work. So Toyin, over to you.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you for being here. Thanks for having me. I'm hoping my internet is going to comply, but if I have issues, I'll just take the video off. So I think most of you know who I am. I'm a parent of a daughter with Down syndrome and an advocate, and so I'm really happy to be here. And so because of time, I think let's just go ahead and introduce our panelists. I think they're here. I see a few. So let me introduce, there's the powerhouse, that is Mrs. Dotun Akonde, and she's the founder of Patrick Speech and Language Center here in Lagos. Then we also have Mrs. Daisy Jonathan, and she's of Pleasant Places Schools and Therapy Centers in Nigeria. I'm very happy that she's here. So I've heard a lot about her and looking forward to hear from her. And we have Dr. Abebayehu Mesele. I don't know if I said that correctly, and he's the founder and managing director of FANA, which is a Center for Language and Learning Disabilities in Ethiopia. So let's just welcome the three panelists. And so we are going to be looking at this panel. Really, we have these professionals here, and we really want to hear about their experiences, and also to hear about how we can address some of the ethical dilemmas and the local training, because we're dealing with building competency and promoting ethical practices. So I'm going to start out, and I'm going to pick on Daisy straight away because I'm kind of excited that she's here today. Well, I'm not picking on anybody, to be honest, but I want to go straight into the experience as practitioners on ground. And because we don't have time, I'm going to limit you to, if you could just highlight what the key issue is as a practitioner. And so in that, you might want to just also briefly say what it is exactly your speciality is, and then what is the issue, the most evident issue that you hit in your practice. So we'll take Daisy on that question first.
Yeah, thank you so much, Toyin. We've met once at a conference, and it's not our first time meeting. My name is Daisy, like you said. I'm a behavior analyst. I'm also a certified special educator. I also am a board certified cognitive specialist, and I work with children and adolescents from 2 to 21 years with different needs and abilities. Very importantly, I'm a parent, so it all started from my son, who's 14, and he's autistic, fantastic young boy, and that's the drive. That's what drives me in all that I do. And that said, over the years, we have been on a journey, first as parents and then as professionals. So I started off as a parent, and then when I wasn't getting exactly what I wanted from the field, I had to go in there, dig in and do what needs to be done, or what I felt needed to be done to provide some form of support to. And then, of course, that grew larger than him to other children. Over the years, what I have seen is there is an increase, of course, in awareness. There's increase in knowledge. There's increase in people being even interested in getting, becoming a part of the field. I remember about 13 years ago, I was
frantically looking for who will train me, to provide the services that I did. And I had to rely on Montessori training to homeschool my son at the time. But that has changed over the years. We now have, we're at a place where we have a lot of organizations coming up. We have a lot of increase in the number of trainings. We also have an increase in the number of issues. So we want to bridge that gap. We want to be able to ensure that people are able to provide competent and ethical services to children, adolescents, and adults with different needs and abilities. However, as we are getting to that where everyone is beginning to train, we are also at the point where everyone is suddenly a trainer and everyone is saying, I have been trained in something or the other. So it's so easy now to see someone say, I'm a therapist, or I work with children with special needs. And then the question would be, what kind of therapy? Because I mean, you could be a beautician, you could be a massage therapist. So what kind of therapist are you? And then they get to the point, I actually worked with someone. So yeah, a lot of trainings are occurring, but the question now is, are they the right trainings? Are these trainings building real capacity? Are we getting competence increasing even as the awareness increasing? Are we getting people doing what they are supposed to be doing? And what is the content of, it only bothers me, what is the content of the training programs that we are providing? Who is looking at it? Who is planning it? Those are the things, those are the issues on ground.
So, it sounds very much that the element of the training and quality and certification is an issue, but you can overcome it. The little person is just about to walk in, but you can, if you say, I woke up today and I decided I'm going to be a therapist, then it really would be an issue of how good of marketing and branding I was. That's the message. It's not really about the quality, it's about how well I market myself. Dr. Adebayehu, in Ethiopia, do you have that same issue? Could you tell us a little bit what it is like that you practice in? Say hello to everybody.
Thank you very much. Can you hear my voice?
Thank you very much.
Yes, we are meeting you. So you can go ahead. Tell us if you are seeing this same thing happen in Ethiopia. I don't know what the terrain is like, and it would be interesting to hear a bit of what you do and that key issue that you face with your practice.
Yeah, just thank you very much for inviting me to this very interesting, enlightening conference. Just to talk about the issues around special needs. Before talking about those issues, let me just take a couple of seconds and provide you with the general context in which we are approaching. My name is, I should have introduced myself. My name is Ababaye Makonnen, and I'm an assistant professor at Addis Ababa University. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Can hear you perfectly.
Yeah. And I'm also a founding managing director of this local charity foundation, which works with children having learning and communication disabilities. I'll talk about why I established this foundation in the first place. Before talking about that, let me just tell you the context, the general context, the education and special needs education related context in Ethiopia. So, as we may know, the provision of basic education and even education at higher level, many African countries have successfully managed to achieve access to basic education to many children. But I know that there are lots of countries who are still struggling. In Ethiopia, Ethiopia has been commended for ensuring access to many children.
But provision, the quality is still an issue at the level of basic education, as well as at the level of higher education, high schools and university, college, university, tertiary as well. And for those with disabilities, even basic provision of even basic education and care has remained to be a challenge in Ethiopia. And we have an education policy introduced some 25 years ago, and we have lots of legislative documents, stating that every child has equal right to education, etc., etc. But in practice, providing quality care and education for children with various disabilities is a challenge. But the country has made quite significant improvement in terms of recognizing the issues, the challenges faced by students with various disabilities. What remains is recognizing institutional recognition and social recognition of specific learning disabilities. For instance, in many education documents, policy documents, you might find in Ethiopia, you might find statements such as, children with the special needs need to have the access to care and education, etc. But no document specifically recognize children with a specific learning challenge or those with various learning styles and differences. The same is true for children and individuals having communication disabilities, such as language delay, speech disorders, etc., communication disorders in general. So when I was a junior lecturer at Addis Ababa University, I had many students struggling with these subtle covert learning disabilities, and I decided to do my PhD in areas related to learning disabilities and communication disabilities.
So Dr. Masele, I want to because of time,
yeah,
I think you've touched on quite a few interesting points in terms of education policy legislation that exists, but the practice is pretty much not there.
Exactly.
And then there's something very interesting you said there, which was institutional recognition versus social recognition.
Yeah.
And those things often are not aligned. Mrs. Akonde, I know you've been listening. I know you are a guru in the speech and language area from personal experience and professional experience. And looking at what was just said, like, for example, we have educational policy legislation in Ethiopia. We have educational policy legislation here in Nigeria. However, why do you think there's such a disconnect in the practice, this institutional side versus the social implementation side?
Thank you very much, Tonya. Great to see you and my little angel. And thank you, Basirat, for this. My name is Dotso Akonde. For those who don't know me, I run a school for children and adults with autism, and it has metamorphosized into many areas of me. And I just can't seem to, guess my head on where I am at every point. So to answer your question legitimately, I think the most important aspect of our work is that nobody monitors us. There's no monitoring. Nobody looks at what we're doing. Nobody comes to see what we have at Patrick's. Nobody comes to see how we treat children. We've had to second guess ourselves on many issues and try to look inwards and how to support these individuals. The government needs to come in. If the government doesn't come in, for instance, Patrick was built by an individual working with a great team. I think it was about five years ago, we saw the gap that Daisy was talking about. Many people saying, I'm a therapist, I'm going into homes, parents are desperate, paying these people large sums of money, they had no experience. So I approached Auntie Grace. Auntie Grace, you're a speech and language therapist. Imbola, you're an occupational therapist. Why don't we collaborate and start a training session? Let's even assume that people just want a certificate. At least let us organize trainings to bring these people in. You'll be surprised that many of these young people, they are hungry for knowledge. They want to know more. They want someone to have their backs. They want somebody to run to when they have challenges. But because the government has failed in stance, they've relied on people around us. So when I see a need, for instance, there was a young lady that had a very strong need of support. She had grown in the home environment with her mother shielding her, of course, from all the antics of the stigma that is associated with disability. So the mother kept her in the house. Unfortunately, the woman died during COVID, and the girl was left alone. The mother had done a bit of work with her, but she still had a lot to learn. I had to call Daisy. Daisy, please, ladies, stay close to you. Are you willing to please take her on as even somebody in your admin section in the school? And I mean, she was magnanimous enough to embrace that young lady. So we are doing it individually in our own little school, but the government needs to come in. It's very, very painful. And these days, I always have to pinch myself because I get overly emotional about very minute things these days. Very little things just get started because I see the need. I see the pride of the parents. We must collaborate, Toye. We cannot do it as individual services.
So I'm going to throw something in here to the three of you, right? I hear what you say, and I have had personal experience of that with the Lagos state, where the person who's meant to be in charge of special needs said to me that, why am I here? Like, is that why I'm here? And I just ended that whole conversation there because for me, it felt like, why would I go there when it's clear that this person who's been put there to deal with our area is not there for the reason? Why would I, we don't waste our time. We move. You know that from your experience. We move.
Yeah.
But why can't we just copy and paste what they're doing from abroad? Won't it work here?
Copy and paste. You remember if you've been listening to the what we've been saying since morning, context. A lot of these things are contextual in terms of delivery. Our cultural values embedded in the needs of this. I'll give you an example. One of my young adults he came to us at maybe, I think he was about 35 or so. He's now 42. And trying to get him to do certain things. He loves Coca-Cola. So when it comes into his, the first place he goes to is my fridge. So I've learned to congest my fridge. So one of the days that he did this at the beginning, we thought he was non-verbal because he wouldn't speak to us. And then because I said, I would give you this Coca-Cola if you ask for it. And he said it in Yoruba, full sentence, everything fully, so a lot of the things we do is cultural, it's contextual. We have to dig into what works for us. And for every person you meet with developmental or neurodiversity, that individual is that individual. You have to become a learner to become a teacher. I remember the interview I had with you. I told you that many times I feel inadequate because I have to be a learner to become the teacher.
So, Daisy, when we look at that cultural context, we can say culture as an African, we can say culture as a Nigerian, but then you can say culture relating to your tribe. It's very complex. How do you take something that may be viable and make it make it work in our environments? You know, it's quite complex. How do you do that?
Thank you so much, Toye. I think it's really not about not taking what is working. You know, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. So if it's working in the West, if it's working in the US, Canada, France, wherever, we want to be able to take what is working, bring it back home, dissect it, see what works for us. Okay, then when we see what works for us, we give them what doesn't work back. And we take what works on them and we improve on it. And that's where I think there's a little bit of a gap, you know, not improving on what already exists. We need to be able to improve on what already exists. I'll give an example, going back to what the man from Malawi said about, you know, the policies, government policies versus, you know, social practices and all of that. You know, one of the reasons that is that we are still very much reliant on boards that are not African. I'm a behavioral analyst, for example. I'm certified under the QABA board. My work, my ethical practice is being monitored, is being decided by a board based in the United States of America. We do not have a board in Africa that will look at the work of professionals and see what we are doing. And that's why anybody, like Mr. Kode said, anybody can wake up in the morning and say, I'm doing this. You know, nobody's looking down your shoulders. And again, we also have our cultural practices and values as a people, and the fact that we are also going through a lot socio-economically. So a lot of people are looking at the social economic factor. Why do I want to talk about this person's practice when that is where he gets his daily bread from? Unfortunately, while we are saying we want to protect this person's practice because we don't want, I'll give an example. I've had people come to me a lot of times and say, oh, watch this video. I saw these therapists, in quotes, abusing this child. And each time I get such videos, I say, do you want me to take this up? Most times the parents will be the one to say, let's just forgive. We don't want to, we don't want to do anything about this because, you know, it's his daily bread, you know, so we have that empathy, which is a good side, you know, the whole community empathy thing, the whole looking out for one another thing that we are as Africans, but it's also a part of what we do that affects, you know, the practices, you know, our professional practice. So we also have to be able to look at what is working there in the West. The fact that we have a duty to protect, you have a duty to care. The fact that when you're within the field, you have to look out at all times of the best interest of your service users. That's what should be paramount. And that's one thing we have to be able to borrow. You can go to the US or go to Canada or go to the UK and abuse a child, you know. There's the policies are there, least
regulations.
Regulations are there. Least restrictive practices always, even if it's a 5-hour training, the focus is on ethics, professionalism, the fact that you have to protect this individual because they're vulnerable, the fact that you have to allow them have, you know, the power of choice, the power, you know, to consent, the power of assent. All of these are things we need to be able to borrow, bring it back in and put it into our trainings, put it into our professional practices and ensure that they become more robust. So we can take the Africanness that we have, which is quite strong, our cultural values, the fact that we look out for one another, the fact that one child is everybody's child. It's one of the things we can use to enrich our professional practice. But while we're doing that, we also have to take what has worked, what is working, and then let's match that with what we have in-house and begin to do that as much as possible. So we need a professional board. That's important.
Now we have here a professor, Dr. Mesele, so we can put him on the spot regarding this because essentially, you know, I imagine a lot of the research work or a lot of the accumulation of data, of quantification and qualitative, you know, assessments and reviews of what is happening really start from people's, you know, dissertations and when they're doing their PhDs in a university environment. I don't know how many students would be willing to pick this up. It would be interesting to know because, you know, yesterday also it was mentioned that we have a lot of issue with lack of data. It was Mrs. Wonkolo that was making that very good point yesterday in terms of there is not enough data specific to the African context. So I'd like you to speak on that a little bit, please. Dr. Missele, you can.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, with regards to data and availability of information, I think I should agree with a person who was speaking just before me on the need, crucial need for networking and whatever you call it, whether board or networking for professionals. And once that kind of organization is established, I think a conference like this, one of the outputs, I think, of such a conference needs to be, shaping a platform so that, academics and practitioners could join hand and work together. So that would resolve the issue of data, because once we are organized, we will be able to raise resources. If the resources are there, research would be possible. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I think Dr. Osum, if you could please mute yourself. Thank you.
Yes, so I think organizing ourselves rather than blaming others, I think the main reason why we are taking everything coming from the West as a reference is because we don't have the resources, the data, the research and everything. So in order for us to be able to do that, rather than doing it in fragmented ways, I think we need to have a network of practitioners and academics, researchers, so that we can chart out common agenda. In context like, for instance, in context like Ethiopia, we need legislative documents. We don't even know the number of people. We don't have assessment instruments. We don't have teacher training policies. We don't have professional training programs, even at the universities. The programs we have in Ethiopia are, general special needs education department, and they don't focus on various disability and different types. So it all comes down to organization, organizing ourselves in some sort of platform, and that would give us the power to raise awareness and to raise resources so that we will be able to do research and advocacy. And rather than each individual is doing their own thing in their respective country, if there is an organized kind of networking or platform, that platform would work for any African country on behalf of Africa as a country. So I think that's a way forward.
I think you really hit on it there, and I think you definitely given Basirat something to think about in terms of a Winford Center and organization and partnerships and building a body where there's a focused collaborative goal, and that's sharing of information. Now, I want to look at ethical dilemmas, right? So as a special needs parent, many of you here are special needs parents. You're in a lot of WhatsApp groups, different groups, and you're always hearing things. Oh, try this supplement for your child. Oh, take him to this pastor. They will heal, they will take the Down syndrome away. Oh, I've heard about stem cell research that will miraculously remove the autism or the Down syndrome, completely remove it as if it never existed. You're always hearing there's always something nuanced, there's always some cure, or there's always something that is going on. And whilst there are valid supplements, there may be validity in stem cell research, there may be, it's a lot more nuanced than that. A lot of parents are out there thinking they can cure their children, that if they don't just do this, it will go away. And these things are actually being pushed by so-called professionals. Now, how do you deal with this? So I come to you as a parent and I say, okay, this person told me that if you give me this, I can cure my child. How do you deal with that? The ethical dilemmas in practice. You want to help, but you don't want to be unrealistic. How do you approach such things? And how do you even approach a fellow practitioner who is pushing this kind of narrative? I'm going to throw Daisy in here. Like, I'm a practitioner and I say I can cure children of autism by Agbo.
Thank you so much. Tanya, for the last 8 years, I've run Warrior Moms Support Group, which is a support group for Warrior Moms Africa. It's a support group for over 700 mothers from about 17 countries the last time we checked, with different needs and abilities. And yes, the more I say usually that the more I become a professional, the more professional I get, the quieter I tend to become, and then, again, it's understanding where I have come from. I didn't land where I am today. And the fact that parents are on the journey. So there's the need for parent support and training. The more they know, the more they can ask questions, the more they can, look out for research. So yeah, every quarter or so, there's something new. A couple of days ago, it's one multivitamin in a blue pack. I don't want to mention their name, that's been going around. And someone said, what do you think about this? And I said, do a quick Google search. If Google brings up things that they're all commercial, please go to Google Scholar and see if there's research. Is there evidence? What does the evidence say? So now they are usually, and you will get the anecdotal, evidence regarding things like diet and all. And the question I always will say is it curing autism? Is it curing Down syndrome, or is it making symptoms better? They're two different things. If my child is high on sugar, he will have sleep issues, which he already does have. So that may compound it. So if I'm trying to watch his carbohydrate intake, because through tests and through analyzing, his, the trends with him, taking data and knowing the trends, knowing that if he takes this and takes that, he may not be able to settle down to sleep properly. That's not curing the autism. That's actually addressing a specific need. So parents need to be told that. They need to understand how to question. Now, I always will say to parents, will you give your vehicle, if your car has an engine problem, will you give that car to a carpenter to work on? Same thing you do when you give your child to someone who is not competent, who is not trained to provide services. You will ask questions. Who trained you? Why do you think this works? And what is the evidence? Where does it say so in the literature? We have to go to scientific literature. We have to go beyond the emotional, we talk a lot of, in terms of emotion, we just want the children to be better. So if you just give TNG or you give this, but what does the evidence say? Now, there's also a difference between saying something is beneficial and something is a cure. They're two different things. So if the literature is even saying it provides some benefits to some people, they usually will tell you what group of people. It's not every person on the autism spectrum. So they may want to tell you it's basically this category of people who present with this, and not a cure. So we need to be able to explain to parents the difference between getting a cure, getting treatment for, getting what is beneficial, and getting what is okay for everyone. Multivitamins, yeah. I mean, the evidence for multivitamins for children generally, supplements for children generally, it's, neither here nor there, but at least there is some benefit. Yes, you can do that, but not because you want to change the way your child eats. You want to take off the autism or take off the Down syndrome. It's not going to work. However, in putting that message across, we have to also have the place of empathy. And that's why in our trainings, we also have to train practitioners to know how to deliver messages, how to deliver training to parents, how to inform parents, and provide that compassionate, empathy-based and trauma-informed form of training to parents.
So that really, you really said it well in terms of looking at the parents. We've got about 2 minutes before we start questions, but I have one thing I want to throw out there. Mrs. Akonde, Dr. Mesele, feel free to answer, is that you hear or you know about certain therapists or a center that is perhaps being excessive in its use of force or is mistreating the specially abled children. There seems to be no direct process for making them accountable. How do we make such, I'll call them charlatans, accountable without taking the law into our own hands?
Yeah, can I come in?
Sure.
Yeah, so that is, I would say, a day-to-day experience for many children in Ethiopia, many children with various disabilities. So that is because we don't have adequate awareness among the general public, adequate awareness among the school teachers, practitioners, etc. So the issue of ethical practices in the Ethiopian context and even beyond comes around three major points. One is ensuring that whoever is working or living with these population need to have adequate awareness, the knowledge, the skills, and qualifications. Second, professionalism is non-negotiable. And third, if these things are not met, we need to have legal protections, strict legal protections in any context to ensure accountability that you just mentioned.
Okay, so let me come in terms of Nigeria here. A lot of people are quite, how should I put it? They run away from confrontation. The causes when it comes to our children with developmental disabilities. So I would take it out from a legal perspective, and I would encourage the parents to take it up legally. Whatever we are saying that is not right. Ethics is something that you don't teach or train. You don't talk about it. We sweep a lot of things under the carpet and not address it. I'll give you an example. One at the school, it happens that one of our young adults, we have a lot of adults, a boy and a girl. The guy ran in from outside and went straight for the girl's breast. And immediately that happened, the head of school at that time called a meeting. I was actually out of the school and said that they should keep it quiet amongst the community. And I said, and I came in and they told me about the incidents. And I said, first, did you put it in the incident? It has to go into the incident. Because this young lady doesn't have a voice, that we have to speak. I immediately called the parent of me, and I told them that this is exactly what happened. And because they are parents of individuals with special needs, they understood the fact that that was possible, was preventable. So they were saying, "Oh, Mrs. Akonde, it's fine." I said, "Yes, I know it's fine, but I have to tell you because it's important that you know what is going on with your child, whether your child can speak or not." So that's why it's important we teach ethics. In our training school, there's a community part of it that teaches when you go into the parents' room, what is ethical, what you should do, the things you should not go near, and it is contextual. Our training was built from the scratch, Nigerian setting in mind. So we kind of used our experiences, what we've seen in the community, how the community has been able to embrace a lot of challenges that their children are facing and then working towards it. I'm not afraid to call anybody out.
I know.
I am not afraid to call anybody out. If I will call you directly and tell you, if I have a need, and I know that there are people around me, whether you like me or you don't like me, I will ask you. It's either you tell me a yes or a no. I don't work for myself. I work for these individuals. They mean more to me than life. So I'm not afraid to tell you that, look, this thing that you have done is quite right. Auntie Grace and I, we have a lot of banter that we share amongst between ourselves. Because somebody will tell me, oh, Auntie Grace has done this, and I'll ask what happened. And a lot of these parents, you need to go deep. You can't look at it from the surface, because a lot of them will say it from the surface. But when you go deeper, you find a deeper argument that has to go with it. So I banter with parents, I banter with professionals, I banter even sometimes with my children, whom I love so much.
So with that, let's make some time
just
for...
quickly,
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, just an aspect I think that we really need to talk about, and that's the fact that what you mentioned about professionals themselves pushing non-evidence-based practice, that parents preying on their vulnerabilities.
Yes,
it's something that shouldn't be heard of. Actually, amongst professionals, if they are actually trained and they report to a board. Again, we are back to the fact that we have to belong to professional bodies. The medical council is there to regulate what medical persons do. You have the nurses board. You have the lawyers' own. We have the ones for accountants. We cannot be working with people who are vulnerable and not have boards and professional bodies that are guiding our ethical practices. So it's one thing to teach ethics. It's another thing to ensure that there is
the accountability is there.
Yeah, there's a consequence for when it's broken, and that's where we are at now. And I hope that will be a fallout of this this conference somehow, where we are able. I think we've all been talking about it little by little, but we need to come together and say what can be done. Where can we report? Like Mr. Konde said.
Definitely,
yes.
But Daisy, I have to cut you short
say something.
Because we are out
Toya.
of time. But I think that's definitely a point, that alignment that makes people who are practicing accountable and monitored. But I want to open the floor for questions. We just have a few minutes for questions. If anybody out there wants to give a question to our wonderful panel here today. Basirat, always ready with the questions. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I cannot possibly touch on all of the things that you have said because you have touched on many things, many things. So it's not so much of, well, it's not what you have already discussed, but what you have not mentioned. And so I see that you're all practitioners in the field. And we're talking about building competence locally. What approaches would you say is working or have worked for you? So some of the people, like in Jennifer's session, she spoke about, NGOs leading the initiatives and people not staying within the field. And you've talked about the ethics, in all of this. But what are some of the practices that you as practitioners are currently employing that even if we wanted to say, let's build on this, what are some of the things that you're doing that we can build upon, because we keep talking about contextualization. What does contextualization look like in terms of day-to-day? What are you doing differently, given the constraints, given all of the, challenges and difficulties that we've already discussed? Thanks.
Okay. Do you want me to take that? Okay,
yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah, personally, what has worked for me beyond training and hoping that people will do what is right is the fact that we have built mentorship and supervision into what we do. So it's not just doing the trainings and giving the certificates and then people go. You want to follow up all their professional practices and find out and create a forum where they can always still come back to ask your questions, to consult with you and say, this is where I have met a hitch, or I have this new client and this is what is going on. And we're able to provide that ongoing support. So beyond training and hoping that people do the right thing, we are training and building, training to competence, where you are sure that people are actually doing what they have been trained to do. I think that's one area that has worked really well for me. And then again, training parents too has worked. When you train parents, they are also able to look at what is going on the field and say, oh, this doesn't look quite right. I don't think we should be doing this. So parents have a voice too, and they're able to look at the practices and see what should be and what shouldn't be. Those two work. And I've also put in trying to help my trainees to look out for the evidence. So beyond whether Daisy is there or any of your trainers are there, go to journals, learn to read articles, learn to sieve out information and say, does this work? If somebody saying use social stories, do social stories work for biting, or do they work for self-injurious behaviors? What are the behaviors I shouldn't be assessing, using a functional assessment, for example? So go and find out what works, and that's beyond just training. That is equipping people with skills to continuously seek knowledge and build their skills. And lastly, I want to say it's very important that when we train, we also encourage our people to train and keep training. So retrainings, professional development courses, continuous education units, recertifications, and looking deeper. And then of course, defining the scope of practice. I'm training you to do this. Not I'm training you to be a therapist. I'm training you to be a behavioral technician. I'm training you to be a school facilitator. So that defines the scope of your practice. And then you don't go dabbling into areas that you have not been able to build competence in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Basirat. I would like to come in also at this point. I know that sometimes we look out for specific trainings, but it borders against specialist training in terms of when you say that you are training as a speech pathologist, person goes out there and says, I am a speech and language therapist. We try to avoid that in our own training sessions by doing general training. And if you want to go deeper, then you go and do specialization. Very important that you take that on. Also, I want to talk on the board. There's actually a medical rehabilitation board that supports individuals as therapists and specialists in the field of therapy. The fact is that, are they functional? How can we support them to make them functional, to support the needs of people we have on ground? It's there. The government knows that we need it. They are there, but they are just not useful.
The capacity may not be there for them.
Yes.
They might be there in name.
We might need to come in,
not in function. Yeah.
Yes, and help the government, kind of fine tune a lot of the things that they should be doing at this point.
I know, Dr. Messler, you had something to say on this as well.
Yeah,
and then I think we're going to have to wrap it up after that. Go ahead, please.
Just 30 seconds.
No, go ahead, please.
So in my context, I have talked about lack of awareness and institutional recognition of these issues. So what we have opted to do is raising our awareness. That awareness and advocacy would lead into some policy recognition and institutional recognition. The other thing towards capacity building is we have, apart from awareness trainings, we also have technical professional development program at our foundation, where we train people at a more depth kind of training. We also produce linguistically, culturally relevant assessment and intervention resources. We do action research and produce data for policy, etc., etc. So the ethical parts, we do it through various activities that I just mentioned. But one critical module in our professional development program is ethical and interprofessional working and practice. So whoever is trained through our institution will have an in-depth analysis and understanding of ethical and professional practice. So those are the major activities that we are conducting through our foundation to address the issue of this chronic shortage of professionalism and professionals in the Ethiopian context. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think we really touched in such a short time on really, really important issues, the ethical dilemmas, how we can address those, competencies, training, the legal aspect, the government aspect, in terms of the professional capacity, but also in terms of how do we empower the parents as well in this journey, the carers, right? Carers aren't always the parents. I know there are tools out there, like the WHO has an e-learning tool for caregivers now that's available digitally online. And so there are things there in place, but I think what I pull from this session is the need for an overall umbrella collaboration so that we can be unified in how we move forward and how we organize. And that would be far more impactful because, you know, we'd be moving more as a large unit, covering more ground, rather than working a little, you know, sphere of influence. I think I appreciate each one of you that sat on this panel today. Daisy Jonathan, Mrs. Akonde, Dr. Mesele, and everybody that's attended. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your professionalism. We really, really appreciate the knowledge you've given us today. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for that very very interesting dialogue, and I think you guys did an amazing job to really capture the essence of, you know, the challenges and the realities of this of the topic, really. I've just been informed that the next speaker is having some issues trying to join in, some technical problems trying to join in, but I will take some comments and I'll see if there are any questions that we missed, and I would plead with our panelists not to leave immediately. Maybe we'll take a couple questions that we couldn't take because of time, but since we seem to have some time. If I can't find any question, I mean, I would say, Toya, would you like to see if we can give the panelists now some time to give their last words, you know, sort of maybe one last thing they want to leave with people, like a lasting message, or any way you choose to do this. We have many.
I think really it's a dual thing that's going on. It's the formalization of essentially what is our sector, but at the same time, the empowerment of right now. What can we do right now? And I always say that, you know, we sometimes get ahead of ourselves in terms of what we're saying, what we're doing, and we forget the very, very genesis of what our action entails, which is about the mindsets of people. And unfortunately, here, you know, we're doing a lot of copy and paste, but forgetting that, first of all, the change that happens, the therapy that happens is actually in the perception. So how do we, you know, sometimes we have to just take it back to the very basics. How do we convince? How do we, and I'm putting this all to the panelists here, how do we convince? How do we, you know, change the perception of what it means to have a child with special needs and encourage them and make sure they live to their expectation, even for the parents who have given birth, who are the parents of these children? How, that's the very genesis of this journey. How do we reach people? Because that's the first step.
Thank you, Toya. So a lot has been done, really. When I look back at the last couple of years, over a decade ago, it was really different. A lot has been done by those who I would call forerunners, on the field. But it also looks like the more work has been done, and the more we do it, the more there's still to do. Go advocacy, policy making, training, capacity building, what exactly? There's just so much work to do on the field. And I think what I would say at this point is start with a step. It's always the best way. In your own little corner, start by training that caregiver in your house. Start by telling people in your church what to do and how to treat our children. Start by in your own local improve and get better. We tend to forget the journey that we have made. So let's keep at that point where we look back and say, yes, I was here. And if I hadn't met this person, I will still be there, and begin to provide that kind of, service to the people we come to meet. Parents, I'm a parent myself. Parents are not easy to work with. I'm not easy to work with. I say that every time. And parents are really, because they're talking from the heart most of the time, not the head. So most times it's heart work. We want the best for our children. And for us to be able to provide that services to them and trainings and all of that to parents and to others, we must first begin to understand the of the people we work with, the traumas that they have gone through, the daily grieving that they have to go through, the daily, so we have to understand the mind of parents and project that to the people that we're working with, get them. And then very importantly, is the fact that we also have to look at the individuals that we are providing services to, the neurodivergent population themselves, and the fact that they experience the world differently. We also have to be able to learn to understand how they experience the world, try to get into the way they work, look at that structure that they need, the empathy that they need, the links that we need to provide for them, and all of that. And only then can we be able to provide a little bit of what is needed, because it's a lot, really. But let's all start from our corners and do what needs to do. And like Dotsu will always say, collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. Let's keep working together. Let's still try to, take from what everybody has to do. Thank you.
Brilliant.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Thank you so much, Daisy, for giving us your thoughts on that. And thank you, Toya, for just segueing seamlessly into that continuation. I've been informed that Dr. Awesome is here, so we'll just have him come up. Dr. Awesome, in all of the conversations we've talked about government and the importance of actually government being involved in whatever measures are being taken or whatever.
Yeah, good afternoon, please.
So we have Dr. Awesome from the Universal Basic Education Commission, UBEC, Nigeria, to come and talk to us about strengthening education provisions through government social mobilization programs and multi-agency partnerships. Dr. Awesome, over to you.
Yes.
Dr. Awesome, we can't hear you.
Thank you. I would like to provide.
Okay.
And yes, and we're looking first at the concept of neurodivergence as it occurs in children. And so if you take me to the next slide, you'll see a little of the outline that we have. We talk about neurodivergence as a concept. We talk about early childhood education in Africa, and we look at the possibility of building stronger foundations for early childhood among nations in Africa. So I can go to the next slide, please. Okay, here we would need to understand that education, both formal or informal, provided to children of age between 0 and 8 is what we focus on in the basic education subsector. And we do this because we know that it's critical for developing a sense of self. It's also foundational for learning in numeracy, literacy, and critical thinking, as it also affects the later phase of learning. And we know that for most of Africa and for Nigeria, children are properly excluded in the sense that they are not even given the opportunity to access early childhood, especially in rural communities. And efforts recently are being on the rise towards ensuring that this comes into effect. Indeed, recently the Nigerian government has, through the Universal Basic Education Program, insisted that every primary school should have an ECCDE center. Please take me to the next slide. Okay, so that's basically the foundation for what is being done in the basic education subsector. We understand the fact that neurodiversity is a part of human existence. We understand that the natural variations in the way people think, learn, or relate to others is not indeed, as we commonly refer to it, as a deficit. We see that it is a natural trend among humans. The data shows that 20% of people are neurodiverse, while the 80% that you have on the other side seem they think in the norm, in the way other or most people think. And the fact that the neurodiverse person sees information differently, there shouldn't be a deficit in our understanding. And the various manifestations of neurodiversity in terms of disorders that the session has considered over and over, we point us to areas that education should make concerted effort towards addressing and helping, especially parents and communities, to tackle. For us, the concept admits that the differences between the neurodiverse and neurotypical are just normal. We basically just have one humanity, but wired differently. And sometimes our environment amplifies this circumstance in a rather negative manner. Let's go to the next slide, please. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So, evidently, for us, there's no correct single way of thinking or learning. And these variations that you have between the neurotypical and the neurodiverse is just natural. That puts a responsibility on educators to embrace these variations and promote inclusion and acceptance. That basically is what the social mobilization component of the Universal Basic Education Commission is doing, promoting inclusion, acceptance, and improved partnership of key stakeholders in basic education delivery, especially for the special needs category of learners. Please go to the next slide. We have, generally, if you look through countries like Nigeria, of ECE, insignificant. The policy for government that schools should have early childhood know that the challenge is there, very, very minimal. Are basically pioneered by international development societies, and where you have formed, they organize some kind. It was not until 2018, under the auspices of Africa, at the conference in Kenya, a consensus on early childhood education. Certain parameters at the continental level. Of this meeting was that is committed themselves to providing better care, orientation and sharing, and for developing and paying much greater early childhood education. Please go to the next slide. And that the capacity is improved, influence some kind of early childhood service delivery, support providers of, and strengthen the entire for increased and improved performance. Better across the countries. We still realize attention is paid only what we term normal in early childhood. So children that constitute ECE population, very, very little attention. If this category of learners are early stage, what they have going forward in the future. What is the catch? What are we proposing? What the need for inclusiveness? If we stakeholders in education, the critical import of early childhood, the need for inclusion of all segments of society, will be willing and able to take providing the resources, the commitment programs that will yield better. First and foremost, UBEC is at the forefront on the fact that it is important inclusion rather than the. You find out that the practice government level, even in some, the issue is not inclusion, but the private. The way of explaining why the child does not need to be given priority in education of the country, especially, you will even find out that it assumes a gender. Put a child that a boy and a girl in some part, and the choice has to be made between the boy and the girl. Helps to find out that some may say in this locality, no. And that's the fact. We're doing all we can to step up interest There's an investment across early childhood education practice. And we are building on evidence. And one of the key issues in the data from parents, from the actual nature of that come to school in terms of their. Sometimes the parents can't even tell the earlier or the early levels of what challenge the child has. And UBEC is saying, one, or you find that there are categories of children that are not stage, inform and support services. I will talk about with improving the capacity of frontline work as part of its intervention. That is being hosted in one of the departments, provide interventions for are providing special needs education, a new and specific because through this intervention, of the consolidated revenue for the education of children. They are not only supported with materials, they are the activities that are involved in this particular intervention. At the community level, through the school-based management committee, need to support and to replicate the best practices. And when at the local government level, at the community level.
Hello, Dr. Awesome, if you can hear me, we've really been struggling to hear you for the past couple minutes because the network has been off and on. So you come in for a bit and then you come back. But overall, we should be rounding up the presentation in a minute or two. I don't know if there's anything you can do on your end to try and see if we can get the audio, or if the audio can be better.
Okay. Basically, to get through this connection for the past 20, 30 minutes, I want to make is the fact that you priority attention to, and that has community consciousness and state level action, providing interventions for children that are. We recognize the fact that this is new, and so we are advocacy in getting parents an aspect of basic education delivery for the sake of that are affected by deprivation and lack of. I guess that's where I can stop hearing you either. And like you said, you're not so much you can't hear me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Awesome, for persevering, even in spite of the challenges with your connection and also with the recording. I think that some people were able to pick up on some certain things that you said, especially earlier on, and also were able to connect some of the key points that you wanted to highlight. So on that note, I'll just say that if there's anyone that has any question for Dr. Awesome, or something you want him to clarify, something you wanted him to share more light on, just, I think now would be the best time to ask in 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes to take questions for Dr. Awesome. or comments?
Okay, thanks. While you wait, I'll just say thank you so much, Dr. Awesome. I know how problematic this has been trying to join in, and given that you were here all day, and just when it was almost time for you to speak was when we started experiencing the issue. So thank you for pushing through and looking at all the alternative ways of just joining and doing your session. I guess the question that I have, and probably would represent some of the concerns that I have also discussed with some practitioners, is in terms of the localization of the things that happen at UBEC. So we know that there is UBEC. We know there's also SUBEB. But the question is, how are we able to see all of this big, or all of this, big ambitions for special needs? How are we able to see that translate particularly into reality, or into a different reality for neurodivergent children in particular? So you would often find that, for instance, if SUBEB was issuing maybe like a work contract or something, or you're seeing a government contract going out for schools, they would talk about ramps. I'm yet, and I take my time to look at maybe like the call for proposals or things like that. I rarely see where they say, people should put in sensory rooms, or so it's almost as if we don't see much get translated. And even within the little that gets translated, neurodivergent children appear to be lost. So how is UBEC helping to address this? Or perhaps, how is UBEC working with other government agencies to address this?
To that, for issues of neurodivergence, is very, very insignificant. In some places, it's not even there. For practitioners in this aspect, officials level at the SUBEB, ask you to go walk in, ask them what it means. They would. So the fact that they are not aware, little boxes coming into the whole entire range of disability need services for it. KC and those making components, and then they and then up and budgeting for needs education. Now that's where the of times they feel like doing on their own. It's on what they know, but based on them, and they are properly informed of what needs to be done for what under the special needs program, then they should be put themselves up to be they didn't make right. Better practitioners and all the state universities should also say the SUBEBs opportunities that they won't even. So if that somehow practitioners in the SUBEB problem that to that indeed paying any attention, come to think neurodivergent, advocate between practitioners and the that level. I think it will go along. Hello. It's like I'm lost.
Hi, Dr. Awesome. It's just, I think the network has been so terrible. We were struggling to hear you through your presentation. If I caught any part of what you have said, trying to piece it together, I think you were saying something about the absence of awareness about absence of awareness of neuro diversity, or that there are neurodivergent children amongst, maybe government officials. So what I want to propose, and hopefully we can do this on a different platform, is to bring you back at another time. This conference ends today, but the importance of the work that SUBEB does isn't one that we can, easily sweep under the carpet. We cannot sweep your role away. It's in fact the reason why we brought you here. There are a number of issues when it comes to SUBEB. When it comes to UBEC, forgive me. There are a number of things when it comes to UBEC. The fact that there's there's so many departments, but drawing on what Dr. Lynch said and some other people have said, multi-agency working, we know that the requirements to support children in schools go beyond just the educational part of it. So the teaching aspect of it, even the teaching itself is loaded. There's the curriculum, there's the physical environment, there's so many things that are involved. So there is that part of it. But we also know that there are other things, the therapy aspect of it. There are also other things, the stigmatization aspect of it. And so it would be good to know how, UBEC is coordinating with other government agencies to ensure that these different layers or these different intersections are met as they try to implement, this inclusiveness that you have spoken about. So my proposal is that maybe at another time, we bring you in separately. It could just be like a 1 hour, conversation with you where people would be asked to join and just talk and have a conversation with you. And hopefully when we do that, the connection would be a much better one. Is that okay, Dr. Awesome?
That's awesome. That's awesome. All that I proposed and she was discussing with me should be an opportunity for SENICON to with UBEC formally, because a lot of what may not really SUBEBs in exactly the way that we want an opportunity for us to engage direct practitioners at the state level. I think that would improve the
Okay, we've lost you again. Thank you so much, Dr. Awesome. Oh, yes, we've lost you again. Okay, you're back now. So thank you again. I'll pick this up with you outside of the post-conference so that we can arrange this conversation avenue and then just ask people to join in separately for that. It could be before the end of this year, or it could be in the new year, but a time that is, convenient for your schedule, so that at least together, one of the things we wanted to draw out today, which again, technology hasn't very kindly allowed us to do, is the collaborative approaches. So I have been in conversation with you and you have explained some things to me, but I believe that, within the audience, there are also people who would have questions around future work with collaboration. How can we, for instance, someone is asking, how can we partner with some of the UBEC staff schools as practitioners to train teachers? So these are questions that we would like to see you address, but, this technology is not allowing us. If you're able to answer in the chat, please feel free to answer the question in the chat. However, once the conference is over, I'll speak to you, or I would reach out to you separately so that we can have a, conversation with UBEC, just like a session dedicated to UBEC, conversation with UBEC, where all we're discussing is UBEC and, UBEC's activities in ensuring that neurodivergent children are not left out in the conversation and in the actions as well. So thank you so much, Dr. Awesome, for doing everything to stay with us today.
I could be quite happy to department that handles this, and I'm sure they'll be very welcoming. Be glad to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. So while we wait for Professor Chombe, I will just share about a network. So we have spoken about collaboration today. We have spoken about improving researcher practices. Before I start, can I ask, is Professor Chombe here? Okay, I can't see her. So just to be sure that, it's not like I have missed her out from the attendees. So I'm going to share a presentation. It's a short presentation, really, that talks about Kanda. So just a minute. Okay, so Kanda is the short for Cambridge Network for Disability and Education Research. Kanda is a research network. We're committed to generating rigorous scholarship in the field of disability and education. The idea of Kanda started in shared interest and common goal of researchers at the Faculty of Education of University of Cambridge. It is convened by Professor Nidhi Singhal, and it is committed to generating rigorous scholarship in the field of disability and education. What makes Kanda stand out is that it creates a vibrant space to bring together an organic community of scholars and practitioners, particularly from Global South, working in the field of education and disability. And for those who are not conversant with the term Global South, it's not like a marker that says, the world is divided into North and South. That term is just used to refer to contexts, countries, and locations around the world that share similar experiences of subjugation and domination, colonial domination and similar realities in terms of their experiences, so disproportionate experiences of poverty and disabilities. So this context are typically referred to as the Global South. So within Kanda, currently, we have research covering different areas. We have members of Kanda looking at research in thematic areas. The first one is voices and participation, and that builds on the notion of nothing about us without us. So the research that comes in this area is research that is focused on listening to voices of people with disabilities and, you know, their participation in education themselves. So this research strives for inclusion and voice of participation of individuals with disabilities within research. Then there's also another thematic area, which is inclusive schools, inclusive school practices. So moving away from like voices, we're looking at also schools. What are schools doing? What are some of the practices that schools are employing around? What can we learn from contexts that are similar, you know, in their lived experiences? So a lot of conversations that we have had today has been around not focusing on interventions, instruments, and solutions, initiatives from the global north. So now again, a lot of European countries will fall in this category. We want to look at things that are relevant to us. We want to look at things that are useful for us. So this inclusive school practices looks at research focused on how different stakeholders, teachers, parents, and communities are practicing inclusion. And again, this is research that is focused in countries of the global south. And then the third thematic area is counting for accountability. And this covers, you know, collecting research that has to do with quality data that can be useful for developing effective policies and programs. So again, we have spoken on the issue of data today. Where is the research? Where is the data? Dr. Mesele mentioned that in Ethiopia, you know, they can tell the number of people who are neurodivergent, or, you know, maybe even number of people who have disabilities. In Nigeria as well, the context where I work, there are data issues. We have tried to find, you know, the data on disability, and we have limited information. It's not like there's absolutely nothing, but what we have is so small. We need more, you know, in order to be able to inform the work that we do. But this is not peculiar to just Ethiopia and Nigeria. If you look across, you know, many other global south contexts, it would be similar issues. Plus, the thing with collecting data and making sure that, you know, the data is useful across contexts. So when you say A in country one, A also means A when you look at country two. It's not like A in country one is probably C in country two. So making sure that we're collecting data that is useful. And so some of the research that gets done in Kanda is focused on this area. So to connect with Kanda, I encourage, you know, people who are interested in research, who are interested in data, who are just interested in building knowledge as to how to improve disability and education practices, policies, and participation within global south context, to connect with Kanda and to join Kanda. The membership is not a complicated process. The information is just right here. So this is how we push the scholarship. This is how we push the thinking within global south context. So thank you again. That is the presentation on Kanda. I am yet to see Professor Chombe. And so given that Professor Chombe is not here, unfortunately, and she had already shared her presentation, we would very much have loved to listen to her, but Professor Chombe is not here and we are right on time. So I guess it's a good time to draw the conference to a close. Dr. Ugonna, is there something you'd like to say before I finally pull the curtains? Okay, I can't get Dr. Ugonna here either. So I guess this is the time I need to say thank you, thank you, thank you to everyone who has stayed with us since yesterday, participated, contributed, talked, listened, made a comment, asked a question. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to our speakers, the brilliant work that you have all come to share here is not work that we take for granted. So thank you so much for being here. It's also believing in the vision that we're doing this to make things better within this context, and you believing in that vision with us. So thank you so much to all of our speakers for all your efforts, again, with the tech that we don't have much control over. I thank you very much. Now, I will not talk about this conference without acknowledging the contribution and the support of Professor Nidia Singhal, who happens to be my PhD supervisor as well. She's not here in person. However, the amount of contribution that she has put into this cannot go unmentioned. So again, thank you so much. And I would also like to acknowledge the members of my PhD research group, one of whom is Ms. Stephanie Nowak, as well as some other members of the research group, Sri Lanka, who is here, who have come here to hold my hands and just to help ensure that everything goes according to plan. So to the RG and GMG, thank you so much. And Dr. Ogona, thank you so much. I cannot thank you enough. You have a way of handling this event so brilliantly. So again, thank you so much. You handled the first one, you anchored the first event, and you've come to anchor this one. Again, thank you so much. I cannot thank you enough. Now, I encourage participants and those who are still here, connect with other participants, connect with the speakers. There's so much that we can learn, there's so much that we can do, but we cannot do it alone. There's a huge space for collaboration. The fact that we're a lot of NGOs, a lot of organizations are working in silos also, has implications for how far we'll be able to push, because there's only so much that, a small organization can do on its own. I also encourage you to please check out the services that are offered by some of the speakers who are here, who have spoken yesterday and today. A lot of them are practitioners. A lot of them also offer services, offer products that can be useful to your community. So please do check them out. And can I take this opportunity to talk about the Wayford Center for Children and Women? Please support the work that we do as well. There are two key ways to support our work. You can donate to support our work, and you can also buy the children's books that we have created. I authored both books. They are books that are focused on disability inclusion, empathy and kindness, just educating children about disability inclusion. But the important thing is that even though I have authored both books, all of the proceeds of the sales of both books go to the Wayford Center for Children and Women. So when you buy any copy or as many copies of the book, you're also supporting the work that we do. Now, lastly, I would like to thank the Board of Trustees, for giving me room to operate, because there are lots of times I have to go back and check questions, and they will give the support in the way that they're able to. So I thank the Board of Trustees of the Wayford Center for Children and Women. So thank you again, everyone. I hope that, from this conference, we'll be inspired to do more within our context. We'll be inspired to look more within our context at what works, not just focusing on the things that are not working for us, but what we can do differently, what we can do better. So thank you again. We hope to disseminate findings from this conference, the amazing work by Dr. Hayes, the amazing illustration by Dr. Hayes. We hope to share that. Thank you so much, Dr. Hayes. You made yesterday fabulous for us. It wasn't just in, supporting with the event. It was also in capturing the key points that came out from the discussions that we had. Thank you, Dr. Hayes. And again, we will share widely. We can only continue to push these conversations. Thank you, everyone. If you have any questions, please do send them to admin@winforcenter.org. The recording for the sessions will be shared to all registered participants. So with that, I pull the curtain on this year's Special Education Needs and Inclusion Conference. Thank you so much, everyone, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you.